We're back. We're back, baby. We're back, bitches. Look who's back, mother. Yeah, Chibi's your me tonight. No more of that crying and that whimpering and that dumbass shit, bitch. Who's excited? I'm excited. You excited? I'm excited. Let's do this. Excitedness. Alright. Can I get this to redo the stuff? Zedekis! What's up, buddy? Grim, I guess, is on a break. I don't know. My internet went down for a little bit. So my internet was being stupid, so it's back now. Kim fixed it, actually. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Man, my hello? 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 Okay, yeah, my internet went down. And it's back now. Nothing much. I guess Grim is taking a break. Yeah, I don't know. We were in mid-game when my internet went down. So it's been like 20 minutes. Yeah, it does. Our first game, we tore it up. We won. And then second game, second game internet went down. Yeah, I was pretty upset. Yeah, nah, nothing special. Yeah, it's probably just picking us up from his earphones into his mic phone. Yeah, he did text. Man, and my mic is getting fucked up too. I don't know if it's like my wire or it's the adapter that I plug into, but every so often my mic just cuts off and stops working. And I'm getting annoyed. I don't think it was happening. Yeah, I don't think it was happening last night. So, just no, because it would have been on the floor. I mean, I don't see any chew marks or anything. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. No ideas. Ooh, very nice. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, Grim says he'll be on in a minute. So.
Cool.
Yo, 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 yo. No, I'm in the training grounds. Trying to do that zip line maneuvering. So wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, she just goes for we're looting the boxes now. I backed out of one box and noticed looking for that bike. I'm like, yeah, why ain't you wearing fucking body shield, bro? Hello?
The body shields are for chumps. Yeah, no, I was it just all of a sudden I couldn't run and I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, shit, am I froze? Yeah, I'm like, what's going on? Oh, I'm frozen. I guess we're getting booted. Hello, why ain't you answering? We're getting booted. Then like I pull up the menu, I look, and oh, my name, it says connecting. I'm like, what the fuck? And then it booted me to the title screen. What? I don't get this at all.
And your internet?
Yeah.
I think it's from the store.
It might be. I don't know, because Kim was able to fix it with she did some shit at like the main box. So she like Googled something and it was like asking her questions, and she'd hit a button in her phone, like the application, where it was like checking, then it had like a progress bar, and then
yeah, she was on the internet too.
yeah, well no, she was, I don't know what she was doing, but not as important as what I'm doing. And she did something in the main box and like hit a button on the main box and like ran through that thing a couple times, and eventually it worked.
Nice.
Alright, this isn't working. I'm out of this bullshit. I'm going back to the lobby. Going back to the lobby. Back to the lobby.
Yeah, one more ticket to scratch real quick.
You went to get tickets.
Oh, we get cigarettes.
Trying to catch up to
No, I'll take some tickets.
J Mac.
Yeah.
trying to get your salad tossed by some dude who likes your truck.
Yeah, he's like bragging about like being a homeowner. Some shit, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Who's bragging about being a
this dude who like makes stories up all the time about stuff.
I mean, I don't know if it really is. Yeah. Like bragging about some dude writing a note saying
Yeah, like it's clearly just a fucking thing. So people be like, "Oh, you got a truck? Like, what's your truck about? Tell me." Because the note he went out to eat, and on the receipt says, "Hey, I like your truck. I'll toss your salad, and here's a handwriting. Or like, I'll toss your salad, Steve, and then here's a note, a phone number." And it's like, first, it's probably his handwriting. I don't know his handwriting, so can't be sure. But
Yeah. He might
Yeah.
write it himself.
but I wouldn't fucking doubt it.
Oh, so then the match after that, I dropped a whole squad to kill him. My one teammate that killed him. I killed all three of them, and I chased my squad down, which was only two people. I killed one, and then they killed the other guy. But then one dude goes fucking away from AFK or whatever, and then the other dude's with me, and then I go into a gunfight, and then I realize like he didn't fucking stop me, so he's just like watching from far away. Fuck rush, and I went down. At least if I had one dude at my back, but that dude just like stood by the guy who's not playing. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Being a dum dum.
So what have you been following?
Gonna be the dog from Duck Hunt. Kim's gonna be a duck.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
where you wanted to go on? That's not this Saturday.
The 19th. So I don't even know what today's is.
Going to a party?
7th. Yeah, Kim's parents. They have a party. They have a party
Zed?
every year. Yeah, Zed, come on down.
Yeah, I'm coming all the way down.
Yeah, come on down. There's trophies and stuff.
Take the train. You said you can go with the train down to like Florida for like $1. So you could make it to Philadelphia.
That's not the train, it's the...
It's like Greyhound.
Oh, the bus.
Yeah.
Alright, I don't know where this guy's taking us. Oh, to these two buildings here.
Man, there is nothing here. Oh my god, there's not even a bin over here? What the fuck? Is there really nothing here?
This is a terrible. I don't know why he would want to land here. I picked up the two guns that were in here. He got the Scout or something. So I have a Hemlock or a Havoc I can give you.
Here.
If there's nothing over there.
Alright, yeah, I have no
Alright,
I'm gonna find out.
which do you want?
There's nothing anywhere over here. Whatever.
Really want to
Yeah.
find out about this game.
Dude, why? This is a terrible fucking drop spot. What? He ruined this game.
Yeah.
Look, and we're so close to the city. The city would have been 1,000 times better.
Scared. Yeah, last game I was using Spitfire, so I was trying everybody up with.
That's a pretty tight weapon, this Spitfire.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I like it.
Me B's a fan. Oh, I just got a double tap.
That's a neat mod.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
gonna like it?
Yes.
Is that actually nice?
Yeah.
Clips up for pussy. Sissies put that in their hair.
Something like that.
Alright, where you at?
I'm up on the flight ahead of you. There you go. Thank you.
Good.
Do you need either of those?
I jumped out.
Extended energy or blue shotgun?
I gotta get some more food. I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, I'm
Going in the wake.
I'm heading this building. Well, there's plenty of buildings here, so.
Yeah. So I went across the Swizzy. Use a bag. I'm in
Yep.
bag. Oh, never mind. I just found a bag.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, bro, all these fucking buildings. Why are you in my building?
You feeling lonely?
Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, we're in a city, so there's 1,000 fucking buildings, and he has to go in the building. The one building I'm in.
He's just giving you backup, man.
Yeah, I don't want his fucking dirty ass back up.
You said I got 301
Alrighty.
You need a stand
Yes.
stack? This one right by me.
Okay. Thank you. Alright, I'm going to another building.
Spot subjects and shit? Double
Yeah, I
tap.
just dropped that because I couldn't find a scout. Oh, there's a blue, oh no, there's not. Never mind, I need it. You got a heavy gun? I got a blue
Yeah.
clip for you.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, here.
The Phoenix kid.
Yeah, I have one I've got. Here, I have a bunch of heavy ammo that I'm not using. I had a wingman.
I can't carry a ton. Let me see the point you're at.
No, I picked it back up, so he wouldn't take it. Yeah.
Oh, you took it back to the camp. Okay. I'm gonna drop a grenade. Okay, I can take it now. Okay, I'm maxed out. Got a really long.
And now he's shooting at them, so he spotted the target.
You're a douchebag. Oh my god. He literally, I tried to open the door 5 times. It's like rock. You wanna come fuck these people up with
Yeah, I'm
me?
coming. Oh, somebody's energy rifling at our teammate.
Somebody behind me.
There's a caustic over here. I just set off his trap by accident, trying to fuck him up while I was healing.
Yeah, I saw that guy. That's it. I shot him a little bit. There he is. Let's get him over here.
Spent a whole lot of energy.
I can't get it.
Oh, it's got a Kraber. Here, I just dropped the U sight in there. Actually, I think I'll take that Kraber.
So, you got to go back on
Yeah.
fast deal.
No, Fast Deals is the vest now.
I mean, you get a fast.
Yes.
The other guys are up there.
Yeah.
You can keep them busy.
Yeah, we'll shoot at him.
One ran away. Two guys ran away.
Where is he?
Both are there.
I'm sending my drone out there. They're over there. I hit them with my EMP.
See them?
Yeah, my drone's pinging them.
I broke your shield off with my burn.
Yeah.
Come on, you guys coming?
Yeah, I am.
They're smoking, they're scared.
Yeah, because I EMP'd them, so I took off like half their shields.
Is that crypto?
Yeah.
They're in here somewhere. I took the
Alright, I'm going up the
floor.
other zip line.
He's got that really. He's got like some cool ability where you take the drone and you can
I hear them.
like fly around
Look
it.
at that,
Yeah.
there's smoke.
Smoke, I don't see.
You can like scout out an area before you actually get there.
Yeah, and then you can also set off an EMP to take away 50 shields.
The wall is...
Yeah.
I don't know where they're going.
I don't see them
I
running.
need to lay down now. There we go, I found a few. My God, some Bernie sticks.
Up, teammates fucking shooting at somebody.
Teammates fighting somebody. Shit. You gotta go shot.
Oh, somebody's laser beaming us from behind.
You see him? Oh, that's those people who were chasing.
Fuck, they just fucked me up. No, I gotta shield up. He just blocked me out with his fucking caustic trap.
I think I hear them. They're up
Okay.
there.
I'm not with you.
Nah, I don't see anybody up there. Fuck. I heard footsteps. I see
Oh,
somebody.
somebody's right there across the street
There's the fast guy.
in that building over there. I'm sending my drone out. He ran back this way. He's right behind that pipe.
Got him. That came in clutch.
There's somebody over here. Fast guy.
Over there.
Just EMP'd him. There's two of them. It's him and a Wraith. Oh no, it's a full squad. They're just like standing there.
Oh shit, I'm getting burned. Oh god, I'm fucked. Going good.
Fuck, man. Even with the drone. Damn it. Didn't work out quite as well as I thought it would. It was nice. They weren't getting out of range, so like I could just see them. I was like 2 blocks behind just. But like as I was running up, they just like were. My drone was pinging them constantly.
Yeah, when you're pinning them in two, alright, I'll install those, I'll take them on it. And then I saw the third one pop up. Lit me up. Then I was shielding up, yeah, thing, burning grenades.
Yeah, it was. As I was running up, I was able to actually like. Since I could see them the whole time, I started to just chunking grenades up them. Chonka.
Chonka?
All right.
I'll be right back.
Hello? Okay. I'm coming out now. Alright. BRB. Stay, Chips. Stay. Get in. Get in.
Yeah. Why ain't you wearing a body shield, man? What, Joe got somebody that?
Get in. Alright, I'm back. Oh, somebody's up here with me? They're ignoring me? I'm jumping off. Oh shit, he just picked up a peacekeeper. Fuck me.
I'm fucking
Alright, I am... Fuck.
creeping around.
Oh yeah, they see me, they're shooting. Shit, no gun, fuck.
Nope, I just fell in the
Oh, you right now with me? Okay, I'm coming. That's a pretty sweet skin. Nick,
I think I got it from the back or some
come on, gun, no gun, fuck.
shit. There, I got
Yeah, I'll take some. I have light bullets, so. Thank you.
Do you have any heavy
No.
bullets?
No, I have 40 light. Oh, there's a box over here. Teammates looting. It's got 20 heavy in it. I grabbed for you. Oh, you're here? Here. I got 20 heavy behind you. Yeah, someone's being brought back up top. So let's make it rain.
Saw somebody left. Psych, I was just killed. Nobody left.
Oh, I got a select fire for you.
Oh.
Right there.
Where is it? Sorry.
I grabbed it from the box up top.
Sorry. So them bitches see me vouch.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I need stuff.
just enough to get healed again. There's probably still some loot in this building that we're on. I don't know though.
Is teammate
No,
fighting
he shot a
somebody?
cargo bot.
Yeah, I wasn't here, so that's not the
Yeah, I had to run out because Kim called me. She's like, "Are you in the middle of a game?" I said, "No, what's up?" She said, "Because I'm losing a fight with the tail." Hope he's out there not fucking listening. Just like eating the tail. Because it's raining, so she's trying to like dry him off.
Here's a fresh vegetable. Wow, yeah, I hate when like that. Oh, fucking
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I got a vest. I just picked one up.
Could use a cool light man.
Yeah, I need to figure out my gun situation.
Oh, there's a blue vest up here.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's that energy.
Okay.
Oh, he's not a blue vest.
Kim just texted me something. It said, oh shit, I didn't ping that blue vest because I was trying to look at what she fucking texted me.
Oh, well, the teammates should have been it. Maybe they figured you were red. I don't know. But yeah, it's too good now. Don't mind if I
Alright, they're
do.
over there by you, these cool vests.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's good.
I could use a double tap for the scout. If we see one.
Right. Pin both of them so teammate knows his
Yeah.
Double tap.
Yeah. Double tap would be nice.
Use a heavy mag.
Okay. Oh shit, there's a 301 around here. Right next to a blue or a shield thing.
Ooh, blue heavy mag.
Come on, teammate, get this vest.
Yeah, he's retarded.
He's coming for it, I think. Alright, you need heavy ammo? Got the double tap.
I'm on like 11 bullets shy maxed out.
Alright, there you go, pick them up. They're behind you. I got shotgun also, and I have energy I can share.
I'm good. I got 3 stacks of light ammo.
Okay.
All ammoed out. I could use a light mag. That's the only thing that I kind of need is a light mag.
Yeah, I don't have one on either gun.
Yeah.
So I definitely need.
Everybody has
Yeah.
bags, right? Purple heavy mag. Oh, alright.
I didn't even see that. Yeah, I do need some light mags.
Where was those bullets? Where's optics? Did
I
you
pinged
put-
level 1 optics, like a circle sight or something.
Yeah, that's not.
Come on, mags.
Yeah, I want to use the ultimate with this fucking guy.
With this fucking guy.
Seems pretty powerful. Good. This fucking guy. Oh yeah, I see that. Yep, there's 2 teams. Somebody's EMP.
Shit, okay.
Look gonna keep it, but teammates like, let's just go wreck this style. So I'm like, you know what? I like wreck this style.
I'm on my way.
Right up the corner of this shit.
Come in.
We're like right on the other side of the
All right. All right, I'm setting my drone in so we can get
The
eyeballs.
other one. Alright, we're going across the left and he's fucked up already. Find his ass. Teammate find his ass. I found his ass. The anvil receiver in the ship. Big ass my kids. I need to heal up. Bernie sticks. Okay, we got some of that. What else
This
do
game
we
is
need?
weird.
One more Bernie stick and I'm full.
Good ass game, man. What are you playing?
Helix.
Put a one of these two in there. Helix? Look at that.
It's a weird ass game.
Some RPG game.
You got big shields. You
No,
don't
it's-
Yeah, I have one, I think, or two. Oh no, here. Here, I actually can give you that. And then we are well square.
Oh, one regular. What's two Bernie?
Yeah, I could use a Bernie stick, and I have two of everything else.
Oh, here's a Bernie. There you go. There you go. I'll take the grenade.
Okay. Oh, there's a gold.
Oh, the box is here.
There's a gold box got no star in that bitch.
I'll start. No, I think I'll stick with the crowd here one combat. I got one distance one.
Yeah, I was gonna take the 301 with the anvil, but
There's double tap.
nah, I got
so
that. That's what I was just gonna say. I got a double tap on my scouts. I'm gonna stick with that.
I still want to use my ultimate. I need to use this because they're all inside.
Yeah, well, the ring's like closing in on us, so
No, we're in the circle. There's only 4 spots left. We barely did it.
we just like spent all that time looting.
Yeah.
So this guy, our teammates like 6 orphans or something, or he likes 6 orphans. I don't really get it.
He likes sick.
Uh-huh.
Either way, if I can make it less weird.
I mean, sick orphans are less of a pain in the ass. Oh, they're up top here?
We're getting shot at.
Yep.
Up top.
I just happened to be run into that building.
I got them apples, bro. Ultimate 40 on somebody. I heard somebody steal.
Oh shit, I just accidentally got in my drone? Yeah, you forced them in and I...
Coming up.
Right there, those steps. They're right up top, they're right up top. They're right there. Oh, I just knocked them. They're all upstairs. I just knocked one of them.
Alright, coming. The other squad
Oh,
here.
fuck. Yep. They're all over. Yeah. That sucked. That shit was insane.
Yeah, this got popped in real quick.
I should have started with. I should always start with grenades, and every time I don't, I'm like, I tell myself I should start with grenades, like that. Your thing forced them inside, and then I was shooting them. I was lining up to shoot one, and then all of a sudden, like the other two started to come in the door, so I panicked. I should have just, but they were all like super close. I should have started with grenades. Started with like an arc star, some Bernie sticks.
I didn't realize it was away. I ran up those steps, and then I was like, I saw a bounce pad, and then it was like, I just heard them put it down there. And then, but I didn't step on it. And I looked over, and it was waiting there like aiming at me.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck. So I shot him a little bit, and then boosted shit, got my shield. But, yeah, I think it's crucial out there. But yeah, I really like that. Especially the burning ones. So you get somebody starting to burn, not only are they just running away, now they're looking for cover so they can heal up.
And you can see where they are.
Something like that.
You can watch the numbers ticking.
Yeah, it's like, and it's instant. I think it's the best one. As long as you get I think it's the best one.
Yep, and it also, you can use it to like block off areas. So like, to keep people from pushing, you can.
Yeah, like don't pass this line. Yeah.
Turret, stop. Oh, tape. Something like using torch.
I'm dropping right where
Alright. I'm gonna hit the building.
Maybe it's that place we landed before.
I landed where teammate pinged, and he just like, I was gonna go down and let him have the bin up top, but he let me have it. Had a blue vest and a blue shield, big one in there.
Sucker, you got him. You got him.
Yeah, I sure did. Oh, another big shield at the bottom.
Both you got blue vests. Yeah. Damn, blue vests for everybody. Do this really bad. Well, I got a select fire. We got to find the crowd.
Should I keep the triple tank? No. I got a. You got a heavy gun?
Not yet. Picked up the scout and
Okay, hold on. I got this building to loot. I also have another one on me. Okay.
okay. Did you see any heavy guns? Let me know.
No, I haven't seen one yet. Because I probably would have picked it up with my blue clip on it. There's scouts in here, though.
A duck scout and a blue scout.
Yeah, no, I've seen a couple scouts. I was going to run with the triple take it first, but I've seen 3 scouts since. Did you get that blue heavy clip?
Not yet. trying. Where the fuck did the vest go? Oh, it's fucking spiritual too long. You remember where it
The
was?
vest? No. I pinged the clip, I didn't ping a vest.
Teammate did. I
Okay.
found it.
Here, take this.
So
Oh,
that's the
damn it.
spirit. The other thing. was
Okay.
the spirit.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
coming to give you this blue
Oh, I thought you were
clip
a teammate.
so I can stop carrying it. There's another one that I pinged that you dibsed, but whatever. If you want both, you can go get that one too. I just figured.
The fuck the summer? Oh, there we go. We'll let me pick this shit up. Alright, so any heavy gun would be swell for the fuck carrying. Ooh. Purpose shit. Oh, trailer. Even motherfucking better, bro. I have a blue.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Where was this shit cells? Fuck.
Wall's here.
I'm carrying. Let's just get out of here. Where's this shit? Yeah, fuck. I'll find shield
Yeah,
cells.
I have
I'm
6
fine with shield
smalls.
cells. I only have 2 little ones. Oh, we gotta go all the way around this shit.
Probably while he was pinging the jump tower forever.
Was he fighting people? What the fuck, bro? I'm not ready for that shit. Oh, you should have went
Yeah, I didn't know that we could walk on this
with the zip line.
area.
I'm gonna go reckless mode with teammate. Oh, yeah, 30 fucking heavy bullets? Oh, that sucks. Where are they?
He downed 2.
So, oh, I see them. Last dude's over here somewhere.
Oh, shit, gotta heal. Well, you guys are good.
Oh, we're here? Yeah. I'm dropping these blue things because I need, where's the other
I don't
box?
know.
Where's the
Oh,
other
there's
box?
one over here. Right here.
Where's the teammate? Oh, it's over there. Did you see where I
Yeah,
dropped
yeah,
that
I
thing?
picked it up.
It's right up there.
There's shield cells there for you. I'm running to safety because it appears that we have to go fucking forever and a day. Oh, there's a jump tower right here. Okay.
Did you find the
No.
start box?
He's right here.
No?
And it,
Oh god.
yeah, I don't know if we can get over these mountains.
I got 3 med kits though, so. Wow. Wait, open up the map. Yeah, that's the best place.
I'm witches. What? We're going that way? Okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's a map. Get in. Because you got the fish lines that'll help us out. And we are almost
Yep.
there. Alright, so I need heavy on that. Got this hooked up ass trailer, though. I'm gonna do it.
Here we go.
Oh, this shit wasn't even looted.
Yeah, I just picked one up.
Of 1 to 2.
Oh shit, the ring's coming.
Again? What the fuck?
Should I just drop that double tap and then I saw a scout as I was jumping out that window?
Zip line, I was almost at the top floor for that. God
Oh,
damn,
there's-
I don't know if I'm in little...
It's fighting over here.
I'm gonna probably die. Can you come back to get me up?
Yeah, just go as far as you can. I can get. Look,
Oh my god. It failed.
I can. If you go down, I can get my drone can pick you up.
I have one more match.
I got heals. Just get as far as you can.
I got sweet stuff. If you could drop some down again.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll make it. I think I'll make it. I have another match kit. I'll put this. Start using it early. Well, I might not have get on top. Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Oh, almost.
Yeah.
Get me up. Hold on, wait. Wait till I get closer, I guess.
I don't.
Alright, I'm
Just
gonna
yeah.
try
Just
to
run.
come back
Just
in.
run.
I can probably crawl in even if I go down.
Yeah.
Nice. But I have 0 meds.
I got you.
I said med kit.
I don't know if I have a med kit, but I have.
But then I'll be out after.
Yeah. Here, I got. Here, and then I'll drop some of these syringes for you.
What the hell? This is. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Still even heavy on it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I grabbed all that he came from inside there.
Why are you telling us to go back this way?
Dumb. Somebody's right there.
They just jumped off. Yeah, I saw that. But I'm gonna send my drone out real quick.
Somebody else is over there. And somebody's right here. Somebody's right here. There's somebody. Did you do a slide?
I climbed the wall.
He's doing it again? God.
We're almost there though. What are that, Chips? Oh, they're right over there.
I got shot accidentally while I was shooting you guys. He's right here. Chilling right behind him. Just down behind him. He's climbing the wall. Yep, yeah, I'm gonna die today.
Oh shit, I thought you were on this side of the wall. Alright.
I'll be right back.
Shit, Mrs. Hectic. Yeah, I'm grabbing so I can drop you a
There's no more.
yeah, there's one in the circle. Oh, there was one in the circle. Oh, teammates bringing you back. Yeah. Chibs, shut up. Yeah, so I grabbed, you couldn't get back to your box, but I grabbed the 301 for you. Oh shit, I'm being sniped. He's whining. Fuck, I'm coming. Yeah, if you can get to me.
Ah, I got shot. I gotta get back to like.
Oh shit, there. Fuck.
Yeah. I don't have any heals.
Here, I dropped the 301 right here. Fuck, I'm down. I was trying to ping that 301 and they fucked me up. Fuck, man.
Somebody right on the other side. Yeah, slaughter. If they didn't kill us, they're literally right behind.
Yeah.
I should probably get onto his teammates.
There's,
My eyes fell asleep.
your eyes fell asleep.
I should have not tried to open that bin. I think that was good. Couldn't open that bin a little bit. I didn't know it was open.
What are you crying for, Chips? Yeah, it's a small circle for 4 squads.
Yeah, no. Just on the roof. Yeah, it's crazy up there. Our teammate's pretty hyped for it. He's standing.
Yeah.
Hey, there, John. You might-
Damn it, my fucking shit is fuck shit. Yeah, my mic is being dumb, man. I don't know what's... I don't know if it's the adapter or if it's...
What? How did he?
There was a gas trap.
Yeah, but he had so much health. He had
Well, the guy shot him, and then when he fell down the elevator thing, he had like he was like one shot.
well, we could really get that.
Yeah. Amazing.
Oh, mighty. Teammate at like 1200.
Still a bitch in my book.
Yeah.
Teammate is a bitch in my book.
So I need 3 Watson kills and a
Yeah, I should have been looking at my stuff, but I wasn't.
the other one was 3 kills and a headshot. I just got that back.
It's Ken Man. Pop the smoke, make 'em broke.
Pop on
Who says
Bangalore. Bangalore.
oh, bang a hoe.
Bangalore. Bang a hoe. Bang a hoe.
Free kills.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Can we, are they holes in the ceiling? Is that
I don't know. I think that's glass. No, it's holes. It's holes. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
holes?
Yeah, it's holes.
I also could tell when I
Oh, people on the train?
do it. Yeah, I'm not done.
Oh, train pulled into the spot. What? How the? Oh shit! He's so hurt right here. Fuck! I'm fucked up. Oh no, they're 2 different squads. The Birdman's so hurt, and there's a caustic back there. It's pretty hurt too. They're on the other side of that wall.
Got him.
Am I?
Wait, who the fuck is this? Oh,
There's somebody on the train too.
crawling around. Good night, Caustic. Fuck yourself. I got my 2 kills already.
Nice.
Check it out, bro. I'm a fan. I gotta finish it.
Nah, I just picked one up.
Fuck your gas, Caustic. I'm fucking the gas. What?
Very nice.
Proud.
Hey, I have some heavy I can give you.
Look at what I got bullets for.
Yeah.
Yeah? Alright. Would you rather have a Havoc or Scout?
Neither. I'm giving you heavy bullets. For your Prowler.
I'll go with a Scout then.
Actually, I don't know what my... I only have 40 light bullets. I might switch to the Scout, actually.
Oh, we're done here. I don't have a light
Oh,
gun. Yeah.
okay.
Well, I had one, but I gave it up.
Yeah, I have a Hemlock and a Scout now, so...
Two X.
Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Motherfucker, yes. have it. Extended clip, I'm dropping 88 bullets, and there's another little bit, so it's like 100 something bullets. Oh, yeah, you know what? I could do this left side. I got digital
Oh,
shit.
nice. Nice, dog. You got the good stuff, dog.
Damn, dog. Level 3 ball with a Evo. That's pretty tempting.
That is extremely tempting. Extremo tempto. Oh, 99. I know you're not crazy about them anymore.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, let's try to not.
Yeah, that always ruins everything.
Yeah, like last game I couldn't stand it. Fighting to just stay alive in the ring, and every time we come out, we're fighting people and we're all dead, and then it just happens over and over, and then you get behind and shit.
Yeah, I'm flying ahead now. Actually, I'm flying to the... Actually, there's all these bins that are looted, so... I'm going to the bins to loot. Nothing. One Bernie stick, a Mozambique, and some other bullshit.
Fuck bullshit again, man. Oh, you're still all the way back there, man?
I know. I took the jump. I know. I took the balloon back to the.
Oh, you're the yellow guy. Oh, you're the guy that. You made this.
No, I'm behind. I took the jump tower, but then I saw a bin that wasn't looted, so I circled back for it.
Okay. So I thought if you took the jump tower, you'd be the blue bitch thing.
Yeah, no, I'm going over that. I'm getting away from the storm.
What the hell is that noise? Oh, you flying. Kind of on the road.
Oh shit, there's somebody right here. Oh, poor
God.
Caustic.
You got the tango down? Go there, like,
Yeah, he was like running by. He dropped his he dropped the trap. Shit, he doesn't have a bag either. Fuck, man. He dropped the trap and like continued to run towards the thing.
You made it far as shit. Yeah.
I might be able to get him. I only have one big med kit. I can grab his banner though. I just got scanned.
I can give you one. I can go up.
Yep, there's a drone pinging me.
I see somebody. They're ahead of you. They're ahead of you.
And I'm healing up. Oh, they're right on me. Yeah, there's a guy on a rock that just fucked me up. Staying in the storm to get teammates' fucking banner.
How did you die? Did you die
No, from a guy. There's a guy on a rock in front of me.
That's the dude who came in and helped finish.
No, I think it was the third guy. Because we died like the same time.
Oh, there was 3 of them? I thought you killed
Yeah, I
all
killed a caustic and then I died to a crypto.
I was fighting a Mirage. Somebody dropped down. Fucking you up. Alright, so I need one crypto finish. And I'm done for the day.
So I need 2 more Bangalore knockdowns and place top 5 in a ranked match. Good boy, Chibs. You just sit here and be quiet and you get pet in between matches. That's how it works. If only Opie could learn that.
Learn the rules.
If only Opie could learn. Opie just makes noise and bites me and bites things and gets punched in his face. LGR no dad.
No damage.
No dad. No, it's a dad.
That's a dad. What's LGR stand?
I don't know. Lady gay rights. Legal gay rights.
Lady gives rape. That's
Lady
what I-
gives rape.
Give
Lady
me the rape,
gives
lady.
me.
Give me the rape.
Give it to me now.
Give me all of the rape. Oh, I'm Jumper Master. Let's go to Capital City.
I'm gonna hit the right.
Okay.
button. Now get somebody down. They need to get executed. I will gladly execute.
Okay, you need executions, I guess.
Yeah, I only need one.
Okay, yeah, I need to knock 2 more people. So if you have somebody who's needs to be knocked, you let me know. I will knock them.
I'll definitely make sure I call you over for the knock. Man, the building I went in, little as shit. Nothing. I'm double light with only 54.
Oh, jeez, that's no good.
Man, this song, whatever sound effect in the song is playing, keeps sounding like somebody's shielding up, so I keep thinking somebody's there. Alright, I need a heavy gun. C1.
Yep.
So, I'm gonna pick up down there for. That thing wants to commit too. They're like, fuck your body shield, bitch.
I need a bag, bro.
Are you on
No.
any bag? I saw white on the right there right now.
And there's some heavy with it.
Oh, you got that over? Took that over the wing mag. Oh, I found a flat line. Maybe I'll see if I'm still cool.
Oh, I'm being fucking. Yep, I'm
Being led?
taking
Why would you let this shit's not edible, bro?
taking charge rifle shots to the face.
Do not eat fucking lead.
I don't know. They're on the building across from me, I think. So like the building to the east of me. They just grenaded the door on the south side. I don't know if they threw that down. Oh, they're right here. Fuck. There's. Ah, it's a full squad. They're taking all my stuff.
Stop saying this. thought they were still all outside.
Yeah. They just came in the other side. Just did a little ring around the building.
Sure did.
Turned us to ashes, and we all fell down.
That's what happened. Oh, I didn't even do an execution. Dang! Son of a bitch. Oh, so yeah, the EMP, you know how to use it now? Is that the old?
Yeah, it's his ultimate. Yeah, you tap the right trigger and it charges up and goes off.
Wait, so you just do regular drone and then while you're drone?
Yeah, you hit the right trigger.
Or do you have to do
No,
top,
no,
go one,
no.
top like regular?
Yeah, put the drone out, and when the
So
drone's
the
out,
regular drone in, you just pull right trigger and
Yep.
then the EMP is out.
and it charges up, so it takes a couple seconds. It also EMPs through walls, so if they're in a building, you can do it from outside.
Good job, man. Good job, man.
All right, let's go there.
It
Yeah,
goes through walls?
and it takes a couple seconds to charge up, and I thought I had to like hold the right trigger and charge it up, and then it went off when I released it, but that's not. Once you tap it,
It's instantly.
yeah,
once
it's gonna charge up and go off. So it's like a whatever 3-second charge up, but there's no stopping it.
On the second floor
Right,
down.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna take him to bed.
Okay.
Oh, it takes 3 seconds
Yeah.
to activate.
Take his food back. He's are fucking eating a whole bowl of it. Alright, so when I go to bed, you should free Opie.
Okay. He's in his crate.
No, he's in the room.
Okay.
But he's very, like, he doesn't even want to cuddle and stuff. But he's, like, getting into shit. Like, he was trying to chew up the pillow.
Okay. So keep him.
Oh my god. On the
Okay.
second floor. Something's around us. Blue energy mag is moving. Fuck am I full of? God damn it. I don't have any room for anything. And there's more
Well, I
stuff.
could definitely.
Got teammates going for a fight.
Yeah,
Go back to my
I could
car,
definitely
got
take
back.
that sight for my longbow though.
Stuff now. Nice react shot. I'm just gonna rush to his teammate. He's like probably go
Yeah, I'm
for
coming.
dive. Look for help. He barely got injured yet. It's surprising.
Maybe Goofy Kwan is a sleeper terrorist. I downed the one that I killed the one that was down.
But here's someone shielding up. I don't know where they're at. There's somebody still full heart.
They're across the street.
somebody coming from behind us. I hear them. Ah, I forgot who I am. What the fuck? Stop. How do I get out?
Yeah, I'm being fucking sniped. Fuck.
I'm down. Fuck. She jumped over that wall there. I'm all doing my gate running shit. That's the fuck I am. Fuck.
She's back. She's dead. So I need light ammo. Alright, cool.
66.
Thank you. Oh, run away! Just fucking melted on my shield.
I'm dead. I'm still trying to do run shit. Fucking can't stand this shit.
Oh, somebody fucking got me from like the second story from a building across the intersection.
Dude, it makes me so angry when I get a fight with somebody and then I pull my gun out and I can't see what the fuck's going on. Like, this
It makes me so angry
Oh
when
my
I keep
God.
fucking up. I get it. It takes you because all you play is the one guy. Yeah. Gotta broaden your horizons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be out.
This game is so interesting. I don't know what to do with it. I just don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I thought about it. I've seen that on the downloaded games. But I've been thinking about starting it up, but I don't know anything about it, so I haven't even.
I bought this game a while ago.
Right, I remember you played it before.
Problem is, I think I got lost as to what to do.
Yep.
So I'm giving it another chance to figure out what I gotta do.
Hey guys, definitely here back with another.
No, Shiv isn't quite ready to go to bed yet,
Okay.
and I know Opie ain't. Cameron?
Yeah. It's off now. So you wanna where's Chibs?
He's in the dining.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he'll come in in a minute.
Alright.
So just leave your door open. We'll
Okay.
see Chibs open the door. That's
No,
right.
I know what else you're doing.
Okay. Alright. Sounds good.
You do some weird ass shit. Ah, I didn't fucking make it.
Oh, we got people. Wait, what? I could have sworn. Oh, there he is. I'm down. Yep. Nope. I'll be back.
I got your thing. I got your thing. see my ninja shoes. Sweet.
I'm back. I'm back.
Damn, you missed all my melee shit, bro. I'm getting shot left and right, running through all this shit. I got broken back to you.
Nice. Well, I
And I didn't have a gun the whole time. I was just getting mangled.
got it on the stream.
I was doing like fake outs. They follow me and then I jump over the wall back to the radio. Shit out of me. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Over here? I did pick up a longbow, but so I got two minutes now. Forgot that.
Yeah, I saw somebody.
I wonder if I could like bring you guys back while people are fighting on the first floor.
Probably. You got this. I saw somebody, and then I like jumped through the window where they should be, and all of a sudden I was like, "What the fuck? Where did they go?" And then they came out of the next car with somebody else.
Somebody's
Yep,
coming up
I
with
just heard that.
zip lines. I'm getting out of here. Take this zip line where I pinged. I'll try to get some cover from over there.
Yeah, I don't see anybody on the roof yet. Oh my god! I guess because teammate was grabbing it. That's teammate. I tried to grab it and like it didn't let me. I gotta try. I just picked up a triple take.
I can't play with it. I'll try to hide some weird ass crypto shit, you ready?
Oh, there's a RE45 over there.
Oh, they shot my shit down.
Yeah.
45?
Right next to me. I hear a fast guy though.
They went inside. I saw them going.
Almost.
Well, I went
Oh, there's a flat line.
Are you shielding up? Who the fuck is
I don't
shielding
know.
up?
Not me.
Who's shielding up? Oh, you fucking know. Somebody shielding up.
It's up on the next floor. Is the RE45.
Top floor?
Just the next floor up. Yeah.
Well, there's like
Right here.
motherfuckers in here, so.
Come up here.
You find any help? I need help.
No. Up here, the RE40.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, you don't want the RE45? Okay.
Not yet. Yeah, I just wanna. I'm fucking down. Yeah, there's three of them. All three were in this fucking room. Yep, you don't want to.
I downed one.
God damn. I saw two on the other side. They ran around. I think last time we got played. I opened the door, they ran around. Literally all three of them got me.
Yes, sir. Opie just licked my foot, and now he's nowhere to be seen. He's not in this room. So either I'm losing my mind, or he's learning to become a ninja.
Who's not even there?
He's it's a joke.
Yeah.
Some ghost is making my foot red.
Does he do that a lot? Does he do that a lot?
No, he licks. Well, yeah, he licks me, not always my foot, but like sometimes it's my balls, sometimes it's my penis. Depends on how frisky I'm getting.
Oh,
Right, Opie?
jeez.
But it's not gay because it's my
Peanut
dog.
Butter Joe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's your new nickname, Peanut Butter
Hey,
Joe.
who wants a PB and Joe?
Exactly, right?
You want a PB and Joe?
Is that what you do? Your dog said?
Of course. You think that?
Obviously.
Why would you think anything?
Yeah,
less
man. PB and Joe. How about nice?
Yeah, subject down.
Okay, Joe Schmitzu. Okay. All right.
They got the fucking Raja. There we go. Who the fuck is this? The third man. Noise. Get
Yep.
down, what?
I put hard work in just to get my hemlock fix. Somebody's grenading from the other side.
Somebody's coming. Oh, I just checked for a
Yeah, loot up.
Yeah, that would have been a waste. Health. I do not have any health. Do you have any health?
Yeah, I have 4. Who are you? You're that guy. Okay. Okay, let's go over here out of, so we don't get sniped over doing it.
Oh,
Over here.
I'm coming.
Fuck. Nice. Good shit, teammate.
Footsteps. Somebody else.
Okay. Actually, hold on. There was a. Somebody took a Phoenix kit out of that. Like, you're not gonna let me get that Phoenix kit? Thank you, buddy. Yeah.
You're back.
Like, I need, like, I gave all of my heals out to you guys, and he's like, I'm gonna take that for myself.
Isn't it?
Yeah. He needs, like, a syringe. Maybe 2.
I got the RE45.
Yeah, I got an RE45. Thank you.
Teammate. never mind. I have it.
I got a syringe for teammate. Oh, come to me, come to me. I'm about to drop a blue vest. Upstairs. Yep.
Chunky. Oh yeah, we got lady drugs.
We're gonna hit this. Why didn't he hit the jump tower?
I thought he did. He was
I
on
know.
shit.
Oh, he wanted to go to the bins.
Oh, I don't even have any helmet. Yeah, I'll take it. You got a little bit right. Like a burn.
Okay. I'm actually hearing shots to the. Like. That way.
Stop burning me. I was on a piece of shit.
Oh, come on, Joe, get that boost on.
I'm getting burned.
He dibs did it. It disappeared off my screen.
You know what? As you said it, I saw.
Okay, it's back.
Now it says
Opie.
dibs. It says that I did.
So yeah, so if I mouse over it, I can see it. Or if I put my cursor over it, no, now it's gone. Oh, he picked it up. But if I put my cursor over, I can see it. But
Yeah, that shit is weird, right? Well, some people are doing weird shit. Show 'em what's up. Wait till they're all fucked up, and I'll be like, yo, bitch, bro.
Opie, come here. He just fucking barked at something.
Eliminated. Where they fight, right?
Ah.
Here.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah,
Come on, come on, you coming?
they're actually shooting at me.
Oh, there's all three of them left? What the fuck?
Shoot him, teammate. He's fucking me up, man.
What is teammate doing? He's not even fighting.
Fuck, man. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna ready up and let me see what my dog's fucking barking at. Being a dumb bitch.
Well, I just made some food, so I'm gonna eat that. So I'll
Alright.
be back soon, alright?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm backers. Boom, boom, ba, Oh man, I only had the Xbox camera up. Like a dummy. Mofo Joe is the champion. There's only room for one of us. One Mofo Joe. I'm coming, buddy. Shook nasty. Yo, yo, yo. It is going. How's it going for you there?
Man, I finally... Oh, pretty good, because I finally got a better...
Uh-oh, what flavor did you get?
The only one they had was
Oh,
Fuego, and
they are
pretty
extremely fuego. Oh,
I might have to order some off Amazon or something to get the better variety of
yeah, guacamole's where it's at. Come on, where's our fucking third guy at?
Yeah, that sounds good.
You're shooting the ground.
It's Fuego
You're shooting.
Turkey.
Yeah, they fuck you up. Yes, they do. I enjoyed them the most when I put them on like a sandwich. So like I made like a turkey sandwich or something, and I put them
Oh, I do.
as like a crunchy spice topping.
That sounds like it'd be really good.
Grim is he made food, so he just took a break to eat that. And Zedekis is playing another game.
Oh, okay. What's he playing,
Okay. Well, now says he's watching Netflix. He was playing like Elix or something.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
I was muted. Sorry. I was just looking at
Oh,
something
no
on
problem.
Netflix. I was just looking at today on Netflix. Supposedly the new Bumblebee movie came out tonight.
Oh.
Or the Bumblebee movie, the Transformers one or whatever came out on Netflix.
Oh yeah.
So I
yeah.
went to
And it's there?
I got a notification on my phone. Yeah, it's like, so I might watch it.
Yeah, I kind
haven't
of
seen
want to
it
see
yet.
that.
I like the Transformers. I liked the Transformers movie, so I figured I'll watch Bumblebee. I didn't want to see the movies, but it's on Netflix. So I might
Yeah.
watch it.
I might have to watch that.
Did you say you didn't want to see? What did you just say? You did or didn't want to see something, but it's on Netflix?
The Bumblebee movie. I wanted to.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted to see it, but I didn't want to see it in theaters. So now that
Oh,
it's
yeah.
on Netflix, I'm cool with watching it.
Alright. Jump Master Joe back in the captain's seat. Here we fucking go. Let's do, that's where we just were, but I really enjoy the urban environment, so I'm gonna do it again.
It's fun. We've got Supreme Afro.
He does have a Supreme Afro. I've seen him.
Yield to the power of the Afro. Got squad.
Okay, I got me and Eva ready to bust some fucking skulls. Actually, I'm dropping this Eva.
I got two
Oh
guys.
shit,
on there.
okay. Oh, you fucked with the wrong one, boy.
One of them ran away finding a gun. One of them
Oh, he's up here. Shit, there's a herd of drones, so I'm gonna heal up real quick. I don't know where this Mirage.
That's the first time I've heard Lane say, no need to worry about short smoking up front. I don't know what that means, but
No.
nice.
Oh, his gas trap. No, no, no.
Oh,
Fuck.
Oh, wow. I thought you were. You slid or something. I thought you were down.
Yeah, that was a valiant effort, but
Definitely. You short stroked the pump.
definitely short stroked the pump.
There's no like pump shot in the game.
No,
No, I know there's not. Like, so what's she talking about?
I have no idea. No idea.
I was buying some shit from Home Depot today, and like, I think one of the items rang up like 50 cents more than it was marked, or I thought it did or something, and I asked about it, and she was like, you know, if the price is different, I'd change it. I was like, I don't know, I wasn't sure. I was like, don't worry about it. She was like, I'm an earth sign, so I'm all about being frugal. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but I really wanted to ask her if she was into the root.
I'm gonna. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, lady? You know what? I'm sorry I started this conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess if you're an earth sign, you like the hot, probably.
She must. That's where she was hoping the conversation would go.
Yeah, she described as
Can't blame you.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, sure, whatever the fuck you're talking about, lady.
We're going to try this one.
Alrighty.
I bet 2,000 people will go there.
No, it looks like they all went to the lava pit of death. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Hey, let's go to this weird looking fucking building.
Ooh,
I don't know if I've ever been in that. It's like a hotel or something.
I like it.
Me too. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's just one of these. Okay.
Notice that.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't even go higher than this in here?
Yeah.
That's a tease.
It's definitely a, I don't know. Definitely a tease. I was gonna try to,
It's like a
yeah, I
short
was gonna try to
stroke of
play it
the
off of one of your, either that or the Earth sign bit, but it just, my callback humor was not on point.
Been there.
I got 2 sniper stocks, or scopes.
So,
Who the fuck wants those? Ooh, double taps are nice. Is there a scout? There is a scout.
yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't even see it. I don't want it. I got what I want right now.
Yeah, buddy. Gonna short stroke the shit out of that pump. Sounds good, buddy. Oh, that I can put that on my 301s. Look, this was already looted up here. Not all of it. There's some shotgun bullets. Actually, I can use that helmet. Helmet here, level 1.
I'm gonna look at this building.
Okay, I'm gonna go pick up that anvil receiver. Or whatever it is. Yeah, anvil receiver. Oh, I hear footsteps.
Oh, enemies. Enemies. I do too.
Alright, I'm just gonna try to sit tight and let them run by.
I'll find this home.
I'm running around with our teammate because I heard steps over here. I don't know where
Alright,
they
I'm
went.
trying to make it back to you.
Yeah,
What up?
yeah, head toward me
Yes,
and
sir.
him. Hey, Greg.
Z-Bay. What's going on, man?
Not much. You doing okay, Nut?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, our first game we won. It was pretty nice. Haven't done that well since, but.
Oh, yeah, we tore it up the first one.
Oh, no, some shit's popping off to the west.
Whoever is around us is not. They're either fighting somebody else or.
Yeah, I'm in the building right next to you now.
Man, I hear shit, but still don't see it. Oh, there's a kid played up way over there. Where's he at? He was marking those guys too.
Alright, here. So there's.
You want to take that hit? Yeah, what do you want to do? You want to fight or
I don't know, whatever teammate wants to do. I'm looking for them with my drone. Oh, they're up here. There's only one left. Oh, and somebody's using a charge rifle over there.
Oh, okay.
I just saw a video of smoking throw
Go.
Gibraltar Dome on the drone. Put the-
And what, keep it alive, or?
And the drone can just fly around the dome wherever, like,
Oh, like actually throw the... That's
Oh, wow.
interesting. Yeah, I can't get up. I tried 3 times. I can't get up. That's pretty awesome. We'll have to try that. Oh, they're getting somebody up. I think they're on the roof. Oh, there's 2 squads here. Fuck. No, I popped my drone. No, get out of the drone. Get out of the drone. Fuck. Yeah, there's a Bangalore right here on me.
Where'd this fool go? Okay.
She's
Damn. She keeps running away. I can't fucking.
there's a Bangalore looting my box.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm getting our teammate
That's a
up
good
up
move.
here out there.
I'm on the next floor, I think.
Where you at? Where you at?
Oh. Oh, no, no. Okay, yeah. I thought I was up on the next
Yeah, I
floor.
got it. Oh shit. Oh, I got no meds. Damn it.
No!
No, no, no.
Nice.
that's too
Like, what are you doing, Bangalore? Get out of the fucking ring. What are you... Like, teammate was just blocking your shots.
Oh, you pinged me.
Yeah. Oh, it won't let me.
Oh shit, I know.
Oh, there's no more in the next circle, so I can't ping it. So you have a minute and a half before the circle moves, but once it closes in, you won't be able to get me up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
Let me eliminate this. No, I don't need to. Okay, yeah. I'm doing. Oh shit, another one. God damn it. How many people I got killed? No, no. Well, that was unfortunate.
yeah.
Oh, he's got a gold knockdown shield.
Yeah, they weren't gonna let that happen.
Yeah, I should have just.
That's fine. It is what it is.
That's cool. We got this register now.
Are
Yeah.
you guys dead?
Yeah. Hey, what did you say, Grim? What can you go to? Is it Gibraltar
You
or
can
whatever?
throw Gibraltar shield on Crypto's drone, and then Crypto can just fly the drone around. I accepted an invite from the guy I just
We're sending them by now.
Sorry, guys. Even
So we
changed
can like.
from my character. Sorry. When I was in the lobby. Sorry, guys.
Teasing it.
I got
Short stroke on the pump. Bangalore, Graham Bangalore's character when he was down his lane was like, you never have to worry about short stroking a pump. And there's no pump weapon in the game.
There's no idea what she's talking about.
Yeah. So like you can walk, fly around with a revolver shield over there.
Yeah, like I watch, you know how it's one of the cities, there's like zip lines, it's from top of building to top of building, so the team is camping out on their thing. So then they threw Gibraltar's dome shield on the dome, on the crypto bot thing, and and then Gibraltar threw his ultimate on the other roof, and then they zipped across while Crypto stayed back, flying the dome over top, so he just ran over there.
Oh, like to protect
Cause-
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the car stick through his ultimate as soon as they got up there, and then they just like wrecked them real quick.
Man, that's
Yeah.
sweet. That's crazy, man.
Oh, and then I think at one point, Crypto used his ultimate too, and made the whole thing just EMP to got to them. So it was like they all ultimate him at once, and then once one shield on the way over. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Wow.
One day we'll be that pro.
So, John,
What's up?
you know the whole like glasses coming out on the Xbox One first or whatever, and like there's no, and like it's not. Basically, their idea isn't going to put it out on the PC at like at first, if not
Right.
at all, right? All these people are commenting, you know, when this game needs a PC release, this game needs a PC release, and everything. And on one of the forums, one of the freaking guys, I guess, that works for Bless is like, one of our members of our dev team wants to let you know that maybe if you played Bless online, you would have had an MMO.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They had Bless Unleashed. It was called Bless. Yeah, it was on PC first, and they let it die.
Well, Bless Online is a different game, but still, nonetheless, you let it die.
Right. So why would they put fucking any kind of effort into that shit? Suck on that dick. Fuck
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, fuck them fools.
Those motherfucking fools.
Oh, I thought it was a drone. That's a freaking loot. Thingy. Oh, I dropped that.
You dropped it right on my roof. Yeah, that was loud as shit. There's a what over there, Grim?
Somebody must have already shot him. It was one shot.
Wait, you see
No,
somebody?
you said there's something over there?
No,
A
cargo.
charge rifle or something?
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say it happened like 2 seconds ago. You're like, you already forget.
Yeah. Okay. Well, something on life.
Man, I need a shirt if you see it.
One shirt coming
I've seen
up.
a few. There's one on like the third floor, fourth floor.
Okay.
There's one right here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop. I'm gonna drop this Spitfire for this charge rifle.
Maybe I'll pick that up and then I'll give him my magic shit. What floor is
It's third, I think. Right here, jump off. There you go. You got a mag for energy?
it? Yeah.
Over here.
It's gonna-
Ooh. Yeah, I dropped all the ammos for it. Oh, here, I also have this. Oh no, that should have a stock on it, I think. I don't know.
Nice. Well, it's coming in.
There's a 2x sight here if anybody wants that thing. I got a 3x in the charge rifle.
You
They're
can have
shipping them down
anything
over
from
here.
it.
Nah, he doesn't use anything but the.
Shit.
So that's not,
Yeah, the side. I'll take it.
I only use one X.
Okay, yeah, I see
probably
them.
ought to
They're right in
find
front of you. Yeah, they're gonna have to come to us because of the ring.
Yeah, we're running away from
Yeah.
you guys in a minute and 20 seconds. So, Grim, you might want to... I mean, we'll fight with you, of course, but we might want to get out of here.
Yeah, I haven't even seen them yet. I hear them. Oh, right there. Oh, that's a decoy. That's your decoy, actually.
You're getting somebody up right here.
Okay.
Oh. Shit. Wall's
Yeah.
coming, wall's coming.
He's
Yeah, we're.
almost dead. One left.
Heal. Zero, heal up.
Oh shit, I'm a dead man.
Oh
I'm trying.
shit. Oh, he got me.
Oh, I was almost there. I've got
I got you.
Grim heal.
Protect the box because I only have syringes. I'm gonna syringe again and then check this box for you.
Okay, I can throw you down too.
Here, there's 2 syringes over here. Turbocharger there. Actually, I need some more. Oh, no, I'm good. Syringes. There's a blue shield here.
Syringes in the guard box too.
In that box. And then, yeah, be mindful of the heals. And I'm just going to start moving because.
I'll throw us
Okay.
And then, oh shit.
It'll fucking let me. Oh, you son of a bitch game.
Thank you.
It probably won't even do
I
any
did
good.
a little bit.
Okay.
Alright, I found a bunch of syringes, so.
Okay.
Some of them bitches.
I probably will when I get out of the store.
Ah, fuck, we can't go that way. It's gonna.
You
We have to go this way. I was running like straight ahead because I saw the edge of the storm, and then didn't realize that was just a fucking wall. And there's fight. Sounds like fighting right outside of the storm. So we might be fucked.
Heal Grim if you can.
Oh, yep. They're here. They're fighting. I see a Gibraltar dome.
Oh shit.
You have enough to do Sub-Zero?
No.
I have
No,
things.
he just gave me a med kit.
Somebody's on that roof there. Shit.
Yeah.
He's getting sniped by other people. 30 seconds?
Damn.
Wow. He's crawling. Fuck that. What past?
Alright, yeah, I'm waiting for Zero.
I'll have a
I'm waiting.
There's somebody in the middle.
I'm almost done.
Somebody's over there too. Somebody's in this building, I think. Yes.
Ring's moving in 10 seconds. We gotta move. We're just gonna be fighting with our back to the wall this whole time.
Okay. I'm throwing a zip outside. Go over those bitches Hey Grim, there's a zip on the porch underneath you. On the building you're in.
Oh, somebody's chasing me, fucking me up.
They're down.
Thank you.
Better than fucking me down.
Oh, there's somebody on the roof.
I'm just gonna try and not die. I'm just gonna-
Yeah, no, I'm leaving. Let's go.
No,
Let's go. Let's just leave. We're gonna be fighting with our back to the storm. I want to avoid that as much. Oh, I just got sniped.
Yeah, better off, yeah.
Another squad's fucking ambushing.
We're getting ambushed.
Oh shit.
I don't know.
Where
They sniped me from like back there somewhere.
at? Way up there.
They must have a Kraber. They took fucking so much of my shit away.
You probably got a bunch of light ammo to spare.
No, I have 78, but I can drop some.
Poison of it.
I've got another gun. I'm gonna
Not good.
go ahead and
Good.
take it.
Take it. I got a charge rifle I can use. And I still have
Alright.
like 50 bullets.
I think those dudes are probably in that area, or if they haven't moved.
Yeah, I'm up here. I don't want to see them. Just they went up there. Where the gunshots.
Yeah, I'm gonna head toward.
I'm right behind Zero.
5 other squads. More line.
Okay, I'm good. I have 100 now.
Over there.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. Oh shit! Yeah, I just got hit from.
Hit him for 60. Broke his shield. Gotta reload.
Got one down. Got 2 down.
Heavy ammo. No,
301.
Oh, here we go. There's a bunch.
Lots of boxes.
Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of syringes in this box, too. Oh,
There's all kinds of good shit in this. Another Phoenix kit.
I need heavy here. Here's a stack of 80 light.
there's heavy in it. There's
There's like a hundred something light
Yeah,
in the
I
purple
am.
box.
And there's light in here too. I am super
Oh,
light.
yeah.
Light. I mean heavy.
There's a bunch in here. There's a bunch. 150 rounds.
I think
bunch
I've
of
seen
shit in this thing.
Yeah, there's one in here.
I'm gonna throw us a
Shit,
zip.
8
Let's
seconds.
You guys throwing us a zip.
8 seconds.
zip it up, bro.
They're going on the other side. I'll meet you on the other side.
That's quite a ways that we're separated.
Wow, this thing
Yep.
shit.
Oh, you went on the wrong way.
Yeah, I was ahead of you.
okay,
so I
yeah,
had to
you
wait
went
for
through.
the zip.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It looks like I'm running in the mountain.
Yeah, you are. It appears so. That's
wait, I
weird.
am
Are
in
you
the
not in a cave?
How am I doing this? I'm like a ghost.
Are you like flipping through or something? Dude, record
No,
that
I'm really
shit.
not in the mountain. It looks
Oh.
like
No, okay.
I don't know how I look. But on the map, don't it look like I'm in the mountain?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Your
I can
2 other
Oh,
squads
no,
spotted.
actually, no. Oh, I see them. Oh, and there's somebody even left in that.
We're all together.
No.
See him?
Wait, where are you at? Oh, there you are.
Well, you didn't see the thing that it shows when they shoot.
No.
Oh no.
Show the
Man, we
light.
might
I see the bullet smoke
Up
now.
there, yeah. You see that guy?
I don't actually.
Oh, dude.
Oh, somebody's being respawned right here. There's a ship above us.
Well, yeah. So we might want to get in the building or something.
Yeah, we're
Two
like,
squads.
we're gonna be pinched here.
Oh, did you just stomp
No.
their ass?
I'm throwing my special at them. They just threw their special at us.
Shit. Man, this covers such a wide area.
I don't see them. I just ran up and down, all around. I don't fucking see anybody. Now it's all smoky. Oh, there's somebody right near me.
Yeah, they smoked.
Smoke. Fuck.
There's a Bangalore and a Wraith. "90" broke their shield.
Somebody might be dead.
Sorry,
No,
I
it's all
was
good.
killing
All
them
good.
on the sides of the road.
Bangalore's over here.
There's a Wraith somewhere too.
Oh shit. Thing's down or somebody's down.
Bangalore, no, I'm down.
Oh, pretty. Okay. Coming to you. I gotta
I'm
do
trying to get myself up. Just get the Bangalore. I gotta go thing. She's coming to
they're
get
coming to me. They're
You
coming.
guys close?
Things hurt bad. Things hurt bad. Right here. Come on, crawl in.
Alright, I need to heal that real quick.
Yep, Bangalore's dead.
Got them all?
Finally got one kill.
Circle.
Yeah.
Over there, still two other squads.
Yeah.
This
they'll
is
be
getting
coming for
hectic.
us. Yeah, no doubt. Hey, here's
Good.
some.
I see them right now. They're right there.
Nah, I'm good. I got stuff.
How much you do? He heals good.
Good.
Oh shit. Right down.
I'm
Oh
down.
my god. Yeah, they're hitting me. They're hitting me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I've only got one syringe.
Here.
I can give you a feed.
He just got
My
me.
eyes are about to close. That's bad. I have like 2 seconds.
I got him.
I hear him. Fuck. Oh, he shot him. He's got some kind of shot. Kind of evil, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
I need to heal up.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Both of them were there.
You guys call through it? Fuck. Oh no!
He's on you.
I almost
good.
Damn, 6 kills.
Yeah, let's get this ball. We were all stomping ass, man. Was that real?
No, it was not. They will. Yeah, they will be from now on. No.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I gotta. My
Oh, right. That's
my
a good
last daily
ball.
is place top 5 in a ranked match. So that's gonna be this game right here. Then my dailies will be done.
All right. Hey, got a peek.
All right.
That is the most harsh thing I've read in a long time.
What's that?
It says, I've decided to only sleep with the end actions if I end up having a child. 6 years of child support is better than
I mean, yeah.
True story.
That's pretty good. I kind of want to post that. Because we have an anti-vaxxer we went to school with who's always putting out ridiculous shit.
Oh I'm only gonna sleep with anti-vaxxers.
Is it the
He
is it
says
the
I'm only,
fucking
he says I'm only gonna
lady
sleep with anti-vaxxers because 6 years of Trump was better than 18.
no? That's hilarious.
I concur.
And then the comment below it, that joke will never get old, just like the kid.
Yeah, man. Sucks to be raised by a weirdo.
Also,
the
he's
same,
breastfeed until you're
Yeah,
Yep.
is that the same lady?
Yep.
No
Well,
way.
yeah. She must be an earth sign, yep.
Dude, that kid's gonna be like a Menendez.
You're for real.
You mean your mom didn't breastfeed? Sucking on my mom's tit.
Yeah, man. Like he's gonna have so many issues.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude.
Right. And I think they sleep together too, so it's like you sleep in your mom's bed and suck your titties. Like when you're
Oh, it's so
going out
fun.
and riding bikes with your friends. If you're even allowed to do that, like could you?
It's the kid,
You
seriously.
remember when we were in 3rd grade? Could you possibly imagine going home sucking on your mom's titties? Like,
Oh, he's serious.
he looks like he is. I don't know how old he really is.
I think he was like 5 or 6. 5 or 6.
Oh, dude, that's so weird.
You remember?
Yeah.
At that age, right? So like,
Yeah, man.
well,
Having to,
kinda when you start-
having to stop playing the sandbox with your friends to walk over to get fed lunch by sitting on the bench
Yeah.
sucking on your mom's titties.
Oh man. I feel bad for him, like, because,
Oh yeah.
and that's the thing, like, and that's what started that conversation was because she was like, yeah, I can't wait to see what my titties will look like when whoever decides to give it up. And I was like, well, I don't think the child should decide, because if that's the only food source he knows,
yeah. What if
Right.
they never decide to?
if that's the only food source he knows, why would he ever think differently? You know what I mean? Why would he ever say, I don't want this, it's time for me to eat solid foods? You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't. If that's the only thing he knows that gives him food, you know what I mean?
Oh, man, that's
You got-
kind of making me mad.
Yeah.
You gotta get to the point. You gotta get to the point where you kind of say, "This is enough."
Yeah, like, you don't let the child decide. Like,
Well, they
Yeah,
say
I
that
got
up to 14 to 16 months old, it's good to still kind of do it because it allows like the most ideal growth because you get a lot of like that nutrients. But after 16 months, you're not growing at the rapid effect that you are in your first 16 months, right? So you can handle not having.
Damn, somebody's left a fucking gold.
I don't know, I just found one in this building.
Yeah, I don't think any of this is
I don't think I did. I don't know.
I thought it was another team. I was just kidding. I just picked that picture trying to pick it up.
Yeah, yeah. I was just kidding. I would, yeah, I was debating on what to drop for it. Then I was thinking, well, like, you like Bernie things, so I'll drop my second set of Bernie things for it and ping them, and then you come running in my thing trying to, well, they were right where you were just trying to steal that.
Oh, really?
Yep, that's what I dropped for the thing you were trying to steal. You attempted thiefer.
Alright, it's a heavy mag. I'm good on ammo now.
Alright, guys, I'm going
You're
to
out of here? Okay, Zeddy, adios.
I see some.
Have a good one, Zed.
There's two people
Okay.
over there. Third one's over here.
Yeah.
They just jumped from one to the other.
It's two squads, two squads.
Yeah, I got knocked on my squad. I'm down here hiding. There's somebody down here. They don't know I'm here.
Shit, I just missed all those shots. Oh, there's somebody with Peacekeeper behind us. Right here with a Peacekeeper.
You're the only one that's here. Oh, God. You're getting them everywhere. I was trying to. Dang, where the fuck that other squad come from? Like,
Yeah, I saw two kids running right through the hill that the coach pointed out, and then I started seeing other kids zipping around that hill.
oh my God, there's only one guy on the field. Yeah, I'll kill him. And he's just like, two other people that weren't the three people I saw in the beginning.
I can't believe the two, like Joe and me together, couldn't take down the fucking crypto.
Well, no, the Mirage came behind me and hit me twice with a Peacekeeper, and I had no more shields and only a little bit of health left.
Nah. World's Edge is this whole fucking map, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know
Yes.
Cool. You still using the wheel of this fortune to choose your characters?
On Wednesdays. Today
yeah.
is just,
What do you
yeah,
call it?
Wheel of Doom Wednesday.
Oh
Today just Mediocre Monday.
yeah.
No, let's go to hell.
You guys saw that newer Mad Max, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or whatever. The fucking bad guy on there, he's like,
Yeah. Whenever I Google like mediocre or mediocrity to try to like come up with something for my post, for my social media post, that always comes up. It's always that dude's face and mediocre. All the time. Oh shit.
got him.
Does he got a shield? I could.
I thought I had
Heals.
already 45. Made me look like it sucked.
Where's his team? Because I need their shields.
I only found 2 shield cells. I need heals myself. Oh, there's shit going down out here.
Yeah, there's smoke out here.
Oh,
Two extra
another
ones,
vein.
shit. I'm trying to get out there.
Oh man, we're
I got
fucked.
blown the fuck up, man. Fuck.
Yeah, looking for a shield. There we go. Now I'm coming.
I'm getting finished.
Well, there's two squads. There's a Bang eliminating somebody that's down over where we were at. And maybe getting their buddy up.
Yeah.
I didn't have.
Oh no, oh,
Yeah, they fucked me up.
the little line of death.
Yeah, if I had extended mags on either, maybe I could have knocked one of them down.
Yeah, you were like, I mean, they were all getting tased.
Yeah. I mean, they were in a nice little line. I thought it could have been done, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the only, it's the only way it could be done, really. Unless they
and I put way too many bullets into that pipe too. That was a problem.
Yes. Wait a minute, too many bullets into that.
The pipe that came out of that building. I put,
Oh,
I don't know,
yeah.
probably like.
I thought you said pipe.
I thought you said pipe, but I'm like, that don't make sense. He must be losing his fucking mind.
I was trying. I was trying to associate it with one of the legends.
Which one has a huge pipe that he was shooting?
Yeah, it must be Lifeline.
Must be.
Shit.
Yeah, we going.
Oh yeah, Joe. So why don't you just play music with your headphones so it doesn't get copyrighted?
Because I wanted to play for the stream. I don't need to listen to music. I just
It's kind of a toss-up as to whether or not people would rather have a soundtrack of mediocre music or no
Right.
music. But I understand it's kind of it's hard to say.
right. I want something in there so it's like when it's quiet, it's not like dead silent.
Oh, true,
Yeah.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, ambience.
Mozambique for the mediocre shit. I need a shirt and a bag.
Yeah, I need a shirt.
Shirty shirt.
Alright. I just got a shirt, so I don't need a shirt. You can have that shirt there, Zero. And I found a bag, and there's 2 more bags over here. I didn't ping a bag there. Let me do that again.
I've got one.
And there's a helmet here.
Bag?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I did the helmet before, but there's 2 helmets in here.
Yeah, I put one on
Oh, okay. I was like, there's something loud happening at my building. But
Nothing was in that. Oh no, there is something.
oh, fuck yes. I think I saw a scout somewhere. Was that in the other building?
I heard something. I think it was one of us. I'm not sure.
There's 2 shield cells. Oh, there's a that guy.
I could use some heavy. I have
Here's 40. Is that a,
Here's 60 up here. Yes, it was. I just heard it take off. So I just picked up a gold sight, a digital threat, so I'm not going to use that double tap. If anybody wants it, I'm going to hang on to my alternator.
Is there any other
No, it's just the 60 that I...
any other sites?
No, not that I've seen.
I hear a drone. Somebody shot him. I don't think that was me who shot him. So that drone was over. Is there? Not there. Over this.
Where'd they bring somebody back?
Oh shit, it's going down.
Yeah, I think there's a respawn to the top of this building, or the top of one of the buildings.
They're on my floor.
Yeah, I see 'em.
Over here to the left.
Oh, okay. Got one.
I need to heal up. Behind you.
That's it. Oh, I'm down. Oh, right. Bang on me.
Yeah.
Chasing you, mechanic, from the building.
Fuck. She downed me. It wouldn't.
Back, come on.
She's shielding up.
You're over
Yeah,
here.
she's up here. She's shielding up. She's over there.
I hear.
Here.
She ran around her to the left.
Oh, she right here.
Still there. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah.
So I like couldn't take it off single fire once I put it on.
I'll get Joe.
Somebody's here.
Hold up. I hit him for like 20.
I need to go up.
All right, I'm a box.
He's in the room with Joe.
And I'm all out.
I'll be back.
God damn it. Is this one of them? Is this one of them?
Yep,
Bring him to
yep.
Sam. Bring him to Sam. He's coming.
Oh, good try.
Man.
That nade
That's
hit you.
that fucking, yeah.
Fucking nade.
Ran out of bullets.
Oh, good damage. Good kills. Yeah, that was close, man. Did you hit or something? Didn't you, that last one?
Well, there was also
Or-
apparently 2 of them. Before I ran in there before, so I guess down to that. Then I ran
Oh.
there, and then I started burning at the same time, and
but I think he only had like 25 shields or something. I don't know. It was, shit was going popping off everywhere.
You ready, Joe?
He said he'd be right back. I guess he wasn't
Oh, did he?
or something.
I missed it.
This is getting expensive. It's like the third game in a row that cost me 12 RPs.
That cost you 12 RP? You didn't get anything?
Yeah, we were like squad 13 or something. Grim got 4 kills though, so he might have come out a little ahead.
I made 38 RPs.
Nice. Oh, ye of little wraith.
Wait, how's that work? I had 4 kills, but I got 50 points, minus 12. Oh, assists probably. Did one of you guys have a kill?
No.
I'm not sure. I don't think so yet. No, it was.
Then how did I get 50 points with 4 kills? It's 12 each, right?
No, it's 10 points apiece until we make top 10.
Oh, did you say
how did I
damage?
No, damage
counts
doesn't
too?
count. It's kills and assists give you points.
Maybe I did have. I don't think I had a kill.
I mean, you can get an assist off of
Okay,
somebody
what's
else.
up with that?
As off another team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you? Oh, maybe.
That's probably
Yeah,
what it
you're still
was.
assisting the kill. I'm pretty sure.
Probably no one will drop here. Alright, take me on some spot. Oh yeah. I'm gonna land up here.
So is everybody else.
Phoenix gets. Oh god, I fucking down already. God damn
No
it.
guns.
There's guns in here.
Getting executed.
Shit.
Fuck, I missed all those shots.
I didn't even see a gun. I don't know how somebody got a fucking gun.
Oh. Nice. There's another kid. Right here. Gibraltar. Behind you. Nice. Yeah, put him out.
So at least I'm not gonna.
How do you only have 1 kill? Then you
I
just
downed
killed-
one and I downed 2 and killed 1.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I started 2 and then he's. No, I downed her and then he said that there was somebody was coming. Here, and I have heavy for you too. If you picked up a heavy gun.
Yeah, I did. It's not, okay, thanks.
That's
I don't
fine.
need this much.
Oh, there's a respawn like right here.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm looking for that fucking wraith.
Oops. Oh, damn it. Damn you, robot.
Little footsteps are here.
I think that's Joe.
Oh, maybe.
Here, I'll get him. You take that and heal up.
Okay.
Yep. So here we got.
Oh, res ship.
Yeah, somebody bring somebody back. Kill him. Kill him. It's Fuck that dude.
Hey, one of those kids off that first squad had a blue armor. I don't know where the fuck. Oh, here's a kid. Here's a kid on us.
Oh, he's down the bottom. We just.
Oh, there's 2 of them. Fuck. Fuck.
That dude's almost dead. The best guy. It looks like they're shooting at each
Fuck!
Zero's dead.
Oh, there's the third.
Fuck, man.
Third party.
I should have fucking switched guns, but I didn't because I'm fuck.
I didn't do shit. I didn't do jack diddly shit. Hey, good damage again, especially for a quick battle.
You got points there at least, right?
No,
Wait,
negative
how
2.
Are we 20? How are we 20 squad? Oh, dude, did that fucker go and get his buddies back? Did you only
I
down
downed
two, Joe?
3 and only killed 1. So like I downed the I think it was a lifeline in the beginning, and then it was the Gibraltar I downed and killed. Then I couldn't find the lifeline, and then I think that was that lifeline
Oh, you must have got
Yeah,
one of his dudes.
at the end there.
I got 1 game left. It's getting late.
I got a, I don't know, probably a handful or something.
Yeah, I've got quite a few with me.
Yeah, I'm not going to artificially limit myself.
Now you artificially limiting yourself.
I mean, on the number of games I'm going to play, I'm not sure. If you want to be the robot, go for it.
I'm all good with the robots.
Did they debuff Wraith where she takes more damage?
Yes. Yeah, her lifeline, and I think could be wrong. I think Pathfinder takes it too. Takes 5% extra damage.
Yeah. Relinquish this game. It was a train is chewing. I'm sure 50 people
Yes,
will go for that.
I'm sure that'll be the hottest
Yeah,
drop this whole
probably
game.
mad, dude.
Mm. Alrighty.
We're gonna do the train station. Ooh, I got a scout, so if we see a double tap, I can use that shite.
Okay.
Alright. I already have a shield. I don't need that. I was just
Okay.
Oh, you already have a Somebody.
Oh shit. I'm with you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not close. They can be if you guys want to go fuck them up.
Yeah, whatever. I'm down, you know. DT.
DTF him in the face. I need a bago.
I can't remember if I saw a sparrow in that building we were in, Joe. Maybe I just picked mine up.
Hey, you know what? I don't
Doesn't
know.
appear to be a spell. Train's coming now. Oh no, never mind, it's on the other side.
You really want to hop
It's coming,
on it?
it's not gonna stop.
Well, if we run this way, we can get on it. If
It's been looted.
Yeah, now it's turned away from us. We can't catch it.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
Oh. Yes, I do need this shield battery. I certainly do.
Me and Grim are heading north.
Okay, oh.
And I'm about to blow the bitch out of you. Hey!
Oh, I was going to shoot you, zip line, but it's not
That's
cooperating.
it's all good in the hood.
Where'd it go?
I'm just gonna take...
Oh shit. Oh, you're shooting.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you out of the sky.
I dropped the charge rifle.
Damn, this shit really scat. Oh wait, I know.
Oh, I can't shoot you a zip line because I'm late this time. But never mind.
Shoot me a zip line anyway. Just do it, man.
Thank you. That's just as good.
No problem.
Alright, I'm gonna throw my drone out, scout ahead, and tell us what's happening. Oh, gun.
Oh,
Nice,
shoot really close. You see him?
No.
Oh yeah, on us. Where we were just at the bids.
Broke crypto shield.
Well, they just went through my portal back to.
Alright,
I'm taking it.
me three.
I'm backing you up.
Got one.
See where he is?
Broke
Oh,
that
there's another
with
one
shield.
right here.
Gas trap.
I'm throwing a fire grenade in there. Oh, he's right there.
Yeah, he shut the door and I got a,
Oh, I knocked him. Oh shit.
I'm coming in.
Oh, I'm down, boss.
Oh, 3X is a mistake in the building. Alright, he's down. Good shit.
Yeah,
Ooh.
good shit.
No one.
Yeah.
Here, there's a Phoenix kit there for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, heavy gun. I want to get rid of these fucking cars though. I don't know. Maybe I'll.
I need
I'll
heavy
have the
if you
option.
see. Here's a bag.
No, I picked up a bag. I'm good. Thank you. Here, I'm gonna drop this hemlock for this 301.
Yeah. Alright. Now I'm putting the charge rifle in here and then the boot mag. Yeah, so I'm not.
Yes. Now here, I have here. You guys split this. I had like 120.
Okay, I'll just take 2 boxes. Yeah, that'll be enough for me. Oh, we're in the circle.
Oh, maybe I'll take the charge rifle.
Raw's coming in.
Yeah, we're in the circle.
I'm hearing gunshots over this place.
Yeah, I'm coming toward you.
I think I've seen somebody. Yeah. Over there.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And they're flying the drone. Oh man.
Oh, I hear somebody close.
Up on them.
I'm sending my drone to give us some eyeballs.
Yeah.
There's 3 of them. It's a full squad.
God damn. Yeah, I'm getting snot and shit out of. Fuck.
Guy behind that bin. I just broke his shield.
I'm going. They're going to execute me.
I got one. Where's the other one? Got two.
Ah, nice.
Coming in behind you? No, zero's down.
Right here.
Yep, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him.
Get this dude.
Oh shit, I thought he was inside.
Oh no!
Up
Yep,
top. He's on
okay,
top.
okay.
He's jumping on. Back. All right,
Fuck, man.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Yeah, that should pass, man.
Were we flying and drowning yet?
No, I was there fighting
Or
in the end.
Hey, we were top 10.
I mean, not the very end. Before I went down.
Yeah, I said I'm sending my drone in to give us eyes, and then I sent my drone in, and when it pinged them, and then I came in.
I'm going to bed.
All right, adios. Yes, sir. See ya.
There you go.
Do you still want to play
Yeah.
ranked, or
Yeah, let's do some ranked.
you guys
Well, it's a,
about finding something
we might,
random?
we might. Let's see. Got 2 people watching. If anybody wants to hop in, more than welcome to. Oh, it's a blinding shark.
That's pretty fucking.
That's a pretty rough shark.
Yeah. Oh, Grip left the party 2 minutes after his Xbox.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like it when that happens.
Yeah.
Where do they want to go? I can't even see their ping.
The lava.
Oh, all the way over there? Alright,
Southeast.
we can do that.
That's. Yeah, it's kind of hard to read.
Yeah, well, get as far as we can go.
Well, I guess we can when it. Yeah. Yeah, sometime I don't mind landing where the rando suggests just to hopefully get them to stick
Right,
with
yeah,
it.
that's my thought process to like give him something early and hopefully he'll be a team player throughout the game. If it just seems like we're just ignoring him and doing what we want, he might just be like, well, fuck these dudes. I mean, not going to get us up, or he's going to leave as soon as he goes down or whatever.
Oh, I got stuck in the railing.
Okay, that's cool when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I need that helmet. Ooh, I wish I had a gun for that to go on.
Oh.
Oh shit, I'm coming.
Oh, got one.
Nice. Teammates fucking opening the bin. I ran past the bin and I hear the bin open behind me.
He's getting his buddy up on my box. Probably one.
Fuck.
Oh, maybe that was another team. That's another squad, I think.
Thanks for stopping to loot that fucking bin,
Oh, no.
dipshit.
I got
Yep.
feet, man. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Try ranked one more time, and if it doesn't pan out, then yeah. And I really enjoy ranked over regular, so I'd like to make it happen. Yeah. Right back. I might go get some tape. I thought it would look cool. I saw pictures on Pinterest. Sorry, I karate chopped my cord out of my headset out of my controller. I saw pictures on Pinterest and I thought it looked cool, so I was like, yeah, like let's talk to Kim. I'm like, yeah, let's do that. And then like I realized how difficult it would be to like cut the crown molding and make it and look good and stuff. And I'm like, maybe we won't do that. Maybe we'll just do something else. Yes. Yeah, like, yeah, it would go on, it would be like almost like a 45-degree angle from the wall. And they have some that are already like made, but they were kind of expensive, like per foot. So I was gonna try to build my own. So like, it would be like 3 different pieces of molding I'd have to cut and like put them together to make like one piece of molding. And it just was like way more work than I thought it was gonna be. So decided to not do it, and never really decided on what we were gonna do. So that's why they never got put up. Yes.
Couple of my exterior windows before my brother-in-law gets up to paint for the last time. I've never glazed a window before, but it doesn't look too awful different. I've done similar shit.
Yeah, I've never glazed a window, so I have no idea.
I'm sure it depends on the window, but yeah, I mean, it's just like it's basically like putting on caulk. And the glazing on my windows is very old anyway, so
Okay.
I mostly just have to chip off some old stuff, and then you basically just there's glaze that you can squeeze out like it is caulk, but I got just some stuff you just kind of roll into little snakes and press it between the wood and glass, and then take a putty knife and
Okay, yeah, I've seen that done. I've never done it, but I've actually seen that done.
Yeah, me neither. My brother-in-law was kind of explaining it to me when I watched the YouTube video, and I'm sure it takes practice to get good, but it's one of those kinds of things, I think if you're careful, you can do an acceptable job yourself, but without any...
Now, I don't know anything about glaze, but like I've messed with like, I guess it's probably the same thing. Somebody installed, when I was doing construction, somebody installed like a floor, and we had to like go finish like caulking around the trim on the between the trim and like the floor and the trim and the wall and stuff. And I kept fucking it up, and my boss was like, "Yeah, no. The problem is you got to keep your finger wet the whole time." So I don't know if you, I mean, you've done similar stuff, so you would know, but.
Well, when I say similar stuff, I was talking like, not exactly that, but I know what you're talking about. My brother-in-law told me the same thing about caulk. Use your finger and keep it wet.
Yeah.
All that shit. But I was talking about like I've done, a little concrete stuff and a little bit of like joining out stone walls and stuff. I'm just saying you use a tool to smooth out a little putty like.
Okay. Oh, there's people.
So, it's
There's
not-
people
it's
rushing
not
that.
as
They just
it's
broke
not
that
as-
cargo body got shot, and they just stole all the loot.
I'm with you. Our dude is a mile away
Okay.
from us.
Oh shit, my bad.
Oh, well.
I heard you go into that
No
just as I was sliding
I mean,
off.
it's probably better to do what you're doing. Mark the enemy, kid.
Hit him for 39 damage.
Oh, dude, I got nothing to hit that long range with. Oh, I hear
Hit
somebody.
him 50, broke the shield, and he just went inside. Motherfucker stole. I don't know which one it was that shot the thing down. I was watching it with my drone, but he stole our fucking loot.
Oh, coming behind you, mechanic, outside.
Oh yeah, they're right here. They're fucking me up. Nice.
Shit.
Yeah. Caustic just set a trap.
Here's a med kit. Oh no! Right up here.
What? I thought he couldn't fucking see me. God damn it.
I didn't know he was in the room with us.
Me neither. I heard the trap and I thought he was on the other side of the door that you shut. The first door you shut. I thought he was back there somewhere.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess ranked isn't gonna work for us tonight.
Yeah, it's tough with two. Sometimes you do okay. My brother-in-law did come up and paint, but he didn't quite get finished. And I was like, fuck, he's been up here like quite a few days already, you know. But I mean, it's easy to underestimate a job, but I'm kind of glad he did because then it'll give me a chance to attempt to get the windows painted too, because there'd be no point in painting them when they're all over.
Yeah. Just putting lipstick on a pig.
I hope. Yeah, that's right. I hope it's as relatively easy a job as it looks. Sometimes those YouTube videos look easy.
Well, yeah, because the person making them has 20 years experience. So when even doing it and like holding the camera and stuff, they make it look super easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's like some things, like, because I used to watch a lot of like car videos, so I'm like, shit, like I wanted to do it. At first, I didn't understand like why. I'm like, why would you like do that? Like just like out of the kindness of your heart, you'd like go through the effort of like making a simple job so much more difficult, just because you want to help somebody out. And then I found out that like, oh, you make millions of dollars on YouTube. That's why they're doing it. Oh, I see.
Which kind of video?
Like
did you
car
say?
videos, like fixing. Yeah.
Oh, car.
So like
yeah,
I watched
the game audio.
Oh yeah, and my mic's also. I think it's on its way out. So sometimes I don't know if it's the wire or something. Sometimes it just cuts out, and it's just not as loud as it should be.
Yeah, you were fine in this case. I just can't get my balance on my audio right, to be honest. It's difficult anyway. Yeah, I've considered making some YouTube videos, but when I know how to do something, sometimes, like, you know, the inspiration to do it comes when I'm not in the mood.
Yeah.
To do it, so.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, even I figured being a streamer, playing video games would be the easiest job ever. Would be so easy if I could just play video games and, I mean, whatever, make YouTube videos, do all that, but I get to work from home and do it on my own schedule, whatever. And like, oh shit.
Oh, dude, I got one shot. I don't even know what he shot me with. Oh my god. He one shot me with a triple take for 100.
Alright, let's grab this blue knockdown shield because I'm bound to go down. Oh dang. Oh, and there's somebody behind me with something fucking me up. Fuck, man. So it's not going too good.
Dude, that kid hit me on the death recap for 120 damage with one shot of the triple take.
Shit.
I guess it was all three to the head.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think it goes like... I don't know.
Yeah, what, 75 or something? It's 50 or 75? I'm not sure.
I think it does 21.
It
I
does.
think it does 21 per shot. Oh, hey, hit me up my... Hey, hit my stream up if you want to network with people, promote yourself to a small community. Kick Sand. Kvik Sand? Yeah, I will definitely look you up. I'll be in touch. Appreciate the heads up. Yeah, I think it does 21 per shot to the body, so no.
Yeah, I guess it roughly doubles it.
Yeah, so 3, so that'd be 63 if you hit all 3. Yeah, something like that. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not. I was Pathfinder, so I got the debuff, so. It wasn't
Okay.
quite doubling, but it was close. Probably like 190% or something here.
So let's check out this guy's channel, see what his Kvik Sand.
Oh, it's quicksand, but the V is a U.
That makes sense.
It's the Roman U or something.
I mean, it sounds good.
Yeah. The Latin U.
Alright, here we go. What the hell, man? We just...
Why'd you have to be so sucky?
We just landed. Like, give us a break.
Should have landed.
That's true. Definitely should have landed with us. I think someone's following me. I'll keep hearing noises over by in that door. Oh, maybe it was that flying thing. I don't know. It sounded like somebody flew and landed on my roof. Fuck. Come back here. I'm shooting this loot thing. Alright, it's got it when it was purple. Thank you for the help, because I was not doing a great job. Oh, someone's shooting at me.
Oh, behind us, you did hear somebody.
Purple shotgun bolt and a blue standard stock. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay, got a shield. Oh, there's somebody else over here. Alright,
Got one of them.
I'm coming. Start crawling towards me.
He's got some kind of bullshit he's getting his buddy up. He's getting his buddy up. Oh, I thought he was.
Oh, that was a decoy? Decoyed the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I sure as hell just got bamboozled.
He's got some shitty gun. It might be a scout, but I'm not sure.
Damn, he is fucking me up.
Good shot.
Damn.
Oh no. What gun was that?
Tell you 1 second. It was the Wingman.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
That explains it.
Well, kind of stuck over that in the lobby.
Uh-oh. That's no good.
Dude, that's weird. It let me back out of it and quit again, and it's still stuck. in the
That's fucked up.
I'm gonna go to the home screen and restart.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that Pubic Domain music?
Yes, it is.
Some decent sounding techno-ish.
Yeah, it's not terrible. And most of it isn't terrible. I mean, I don't know. Like, even the YouTube free audio library isn't horrible to listen to. It's just, it's not music that you can, like, rock out to.
Right, it's just kind of
Yeah.
well, some of it. Whatever the I don't even remember the entire way it sounded, like Japanese tenor music. I mean, like kind of like sounded like baby metal. And stuff
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
some of that's actually pretty good. Of course, I don't remember what they were, but I found some of them where it was like, actually, I don't know. Yeah,
Not bad.
I think it's called like Nightcore or some crazy shit. I'm gonna see if I can find it on YouTube, because like
Is that
no,
a
that's
band or
the
a
genre. It's like anime heavy metal stuff. So it's like the theme song from anime,
Okay.
but like with like a, I don't know, a rock vibe to it. It's pretty insane, and not all of it is good. But I mean, I've listened to hours of like non-copyright music. That like, I've heard some decent things.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
all good. No rush, no rush.
Man, we're getting some shitty randoms, man.
Monkey!
Oh, there we go. Hey.
What's up? What's up, bud? You down for some... Uh-oh. Tell him to go fuck himself. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You ready for some Apex there, monkey? Yeah, it sucks. Mm-hmm.
Usually I get really sick when it's like that, but this time just had like low grade shit for like 4 or 5 days. It's really worse today, like scratchy throat and stuff, but I don't feel like dragged down. It's just like a annoying minor sickness.
Well, I don't know what mine is yet, so I have to have bloods.
It sucks though,
Yeah.
right?
And his brother's got some like crazy weird shit too. Brother wasn't feeling.
Oh, both of
Well,
them?
his brother. This was a little while ago. His brother wasn't feeling good and like never got better, and then like wound up going to the hospital and they did like blood work and it turned out he had like some weird British disease. I don't know, but something that's like.
No, it's an American disease. It's this one to have it over here.
Do you remember what
It's called
the name of it was? Something crazy.
AHS. Yeah,
Oh, what age yet? What'd you say?
I think it's AHUS. I don't believe that's it.
Huh.
Hemolytic uremic syndrome or something. It's a condition that affects the blood and blood vessels. It results in the destruction of blood platelets, cells involved in clotting. That's what platelets are. Gave it in parentheses, but I didn't tell you. Anyway, low red blood cell count, which is anemia, and kidney failure due to damage to the very small blood vessels in the kidneys.
Damn.
Yeah, it was something I remember. He just like didn't feel good for a while, and then he finally went to the hospital. Then he sent pictures like, yeah, so I'm in the hospital and like doing blood work, and they don't know what it is yet.
Is it treatable?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think you can cure it, but I think you can maintain it, kind of. Like he's not like bedridden or anything. Like he's like he's working and he's doing stuff.
Sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's working, but I'm sorry to
He's wet. Put it in his
That's terrible.
towel. Don't let him walk the towel.
What? He needs the towel.
Yeah, probably.
Come here, pup. Come here. Are you all wet? Come here. Come here. Come here. He's not too bad.
Paws are.
Stand on the carpet. Dance on the carpet. Dry your paws off. Dance.
Trying to jump on me like so crazy.
Dance on the carpet. Dance on the carpet. Dance on the.
Jump on me like
Come back here. You can't go to bed with them. Come on. You and Chibs are not on sleeping terms yet.
brown. You jump at people too low.
What?
Did he have his,
Yes, he did. He did. He's got. It looks like he still has them. I don't know. It looks like. I don't know.
the swollen fluid?
Yeah, like that's what I thought at first, that it was like, okay, well, it's from they're indented in that position, so it looks like he has them. But like one day, like the next morning, because we sleep in separate beds, so like when I go to bed, I take him to bed in the other room, and my girlfriend sleeps in the bed with our first dog. And I woke up to him licking, which, oh no, it like bounced me off the train. Okay, I made it. Yeah, me too. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, she stole the gun and the gold backpack.
Oh, I can't get my gun.
Our whole squad's here. Fuck.
I got 3 shotty rounds. Dude, this lag is horrible.
Yeah, boy.
Good gas crash. Good gas crash.
Get it?
Dude, it's still lagging.
Yeah. So I thought she picked up that gold bag, but then like during that fight, and I'm crawling around, I could see the gold bag was still in the box. So there was some sort of lag issue. Maybe I picked it up, but since I was lagging, it like registered it, then it didn't register. I don't know.
I was shooting my gun, but
It
the
was
gun,
shooting me.
wasn't appearing
Ow.
on my screen. Yeah, like the I did it even under damage with 3 shots from the beastie. Like I couldn't even see the gun on my screen. It was like jerking back and forth. It was weird.
It was a small pump on a short stroke in the pump.
The
I couldn't remember it. I was like small pump in the dump. I don't know what it is.
I think the transatlantic cable.
Yeah, yeah, it was definitely. That's happened before when I landed. Train that got all fucking goofy.
Oh yeah, I guess it's like the worst part for lag.
Yeah. And it's moving much faster than, because I remember there was some lag sometimes on the dropship, but it's moving much faster than a dropship, so I can imagine there's worse issues.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've been playing Destiny 1.
What? Why? Why? Yeah.
It's not that done everything with Destiny 2, so.
I mean, I guess Destiny 1 wasn't really my cup of tea. I got to it late, so I didn't really understand anything. But I did enjoy Destiny 2 for a little bit.
Yeah, me too. I played them both when they came out. Although I feel like I was better in the Destiny 2 multiplayer than the Destiny 1. I mean,
Right.
the PvP than the Destiny 1, but I feel like they're both so fucking grindy for the rewards you get. Like, you know, you gotta do so much. You gotta suck a Muppet's dick for a sugar
Ooh, Muppets are kind of cool. I mean, maybe I would have played more if I would have known that was involved.
But no, it really though, it's so much shit just to get like some of the better guns. It's like I don't know. Got a
What's
little
going on
over.
I'm
Yeah.
coming. Oh, I hear zip lines in this part of the building, but I'm coming to you guys. Oh, I thought you guys were like in the construction part of the building.
Someone coming up behind you?
Oh shit!
No.
Have no fear, mechanics here.
Monkey just saved my
That's what a monkey
life.
does. There's traps right here. Oh, hey.
Monkey see, monkey kill. I'm with you.
Damn, I want to kill people. Jesus.
Here you go, monkey. Here's 2 shield cells.
That's alright, I've got two.
Crag just dropped 4 syringes for you guys.
I hear
There's
somebody.
syringes over here.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I might get this.
Oh no.
Oh no, you're here. You're here. Yeah, I guess you are just monkey. Okay. It still shows you in the game, though.
Yeah, he's right here.
Taking its time.
Oh, and I can punch him. No, he's here. So I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna try to put him in the corner.
It's
Yeah.
for your own good.
Now stay in there.
Wham! Wham! What's it doing on your screen,
Monkey. I guess. I don't know if he left his controller or he. Monkey!
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, he's still popping up in the chat. So there's.
Yeah, he must have walked away.
I missed an opportunity to gold. Oh, I think I got it when it was gold. No, what? Are you kidding me? Just... Actually, I'll take that. Is that all it dropped?
I've got a little, but if you see any heavy ammo that you don't need, I can use it. Thank you.
I shot that thing when it was gold, I was pretty sure. But there's... definitely nothing gold.
Nothing in
Nothing even purple.
it. I've already got a level 2 stock.
No, yeah, I got one too.
Light ammo is what I was trying to think.
Here, I'm gonna swap out for this and give you all my heavy.
Oh, okay. Well,
That
thanks.
way.
I'm running double heavies.
Alrighty then.
Oh, that gives me a shitload.
Yeah, I had like 180 or something.
That put me up to like 240.
I don't want to push if he's gonna be coming back, but like I hear gunshots, I want to get involved.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you said that because I'd kind of written him off, but I bet he will come back.
Whatever. I mean, I guess we can push it. We're not playing ranked, so.
No, whatever you want. I think you're right, though.
Yeah, let's.
I think it's from the east.
Yeah, I think it's like that way. Do you have a zip line? Can you get us over there?
Right. Yep.
Very nice.
Damn, I hear it. Where are they?
Maybe they're in the station.
Oh, maybe so. Okay, I'm right behind you.
Oh, I see somebody.
Oh,
I
see
fell in the
one,
hole.
yeah.
I fell in the hole again. Jesus. Let's try this again.
Maybe that'll. Yeah, we're in the circle. Okay.
Alright, so if they're falling in the hole twice, I don't see them. Oh, I see somebody over there.
Oh, I can't see your there. Okay.
He's back.
Oh, good deal. He's back. Hey, Monk, you didn't get dropped, Monk. Can you?
Oh no, he is. He's gone.
now?
He was just there.
Oh,
That's.
what the fuck? Oh, Tom down. Tom down.
That's
Alright.
I had the extended light back
Oh
on.
yeah. You want to go back for that purple? Yeah.
Whatever, dude. If you want to, yeah. Oh, somebody's in this building.
In the building we're in.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yep, you're right.
I think they're right above us. Oh, somebody just shot through this window too, Joe. Through
Okay.
this window.
Oh,
Wait in the corner for these fuckers.
I think-
Whatever you want to do.
I just heard a noise. I don't know what that was.
Maybe they're outside.
I think they're shooting at you. I don't know. I have no idea what's happening.
I don't know where the fuck they're at.
Yeah, they're grenading at us.
Floor above us.
I didn't see anyone. Oh, they're up there. Top of the construction building.
Okay.
Did 90 to him? Oh, he knocked me. Shit.
Ooh, hit one for 90.
Thank you, thank you. Somebody's pushing?
Oh, they're coming at us. They're coming at us. Ooh, I hit that fucker bad for about 150 or something.
Nice.
Hit him for about 40, 38.
I just fucking shot through that Wraith. Didn't you throw it out there? Oh, the whole fucking squad. Jesus.
Three guys.
Mother fudge sandwiches. That was not good. Fudgicles. They made me fudgicles.
Hey. Oh, we weren't
No.
ranked, were
But we can be.
we? Yeah, yeah. Monkey, you with us?
Yeah, I gotta get top 5 placement in ranked to get my last daily.
Cool.
Who? Do what is caustic? Be toxic?
I'm gonna be so toxic, don't know why.
You know his intro, well, his
Oh,
save
yeah.
and all that.
I don't know how to do that.
I've got everything that says die. What you do is, what do you put in quick wheel? You put all your thoughts and all that like you want them, and then you hold Y. Well, you press Y, but you hold RB button.
I'm sorry. Like, is there another quick? Are you talking about besides? Oh, your quick wheel. Okay. But I'm a little unclear on when you're talking about Y and B button there.
Right. So you hold RB when you press Y. It tells you.
Oh, and
Yeah.
it'll switch to your quotes
Yeah.
from the, I'm going here.
From
and
what you
so on.
choose, yeah.
Alright, so I have 3. Texas to quick wheel, press
Didn't know that. I
Y
rarely use
while
that.
ping wheel is open and hold. Okay, so while the ping wheel's open, so you hold right bumper and then you press Y to switch from the ping wheel to the quick wheel. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's cool. Did not know
Me neither.
that. Learn something new every other day.
Yeah.
Oh, lane right.
Yes, sir. We're
Need to
getting it in.
Halloween events coming.
Yeah, when does that start?
Don't know, I'll have to read up on it. There's one thing I have seen though, there's a PvE promo for this Halloween event, and apparently there's zombies in it.
Ooh, PvE might be fun.
Oh, well, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I think Grim was saying that there's also a mode like where you play and when you die,
You
you're
send
like
to a shadow
ghost.
team. Yeah, and you're trying to kill everybody else, turn them into ghosts. Then it comes down to the last 10 people. And then all that, like, them last 10 people has to survive.
So is that, does just one team randomly start out as the shadow team, or how does that decided?
A team has to die.
Okay, so it's like a regular battle royale until team
Huh?
dies, and then
Why?
they become the shadow team.
Right.
It's exciting. It's different.
But are you saying the last 10 people then fight all of the other shadows?
Yeah.
Or okay, cool.
we'll go back here.
I can't bring up my. I guess because I did it in the. Oh, there it is. Now it's. Oh.
We've
Yep.
got a squad with us. No, no, oh no. Give me the bitch ass game.
P2020 and a grenade. Oh, here we go.
Nice job.
Dropping a P2020.
You got more on your monkey?
Spitfire here. I'm dropping the ammo with it.
Got one.
Last tour of down.
Nice. Oh, is that a double tap? Yeah, I'm gonna save that for later.
Done.
So I grabbed the heavy ammo for that Spitfire if anybody needs it.
Someone's coming through.
Alright.
I'm with you, monkey.
Back Gibraltar.
Come here, fat boy.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I thought I dropped the fucking P2020.
You just come up
I
there.
kept the P2020
Oh, there
and
you
dropped
go,
the
now
fucking
let-
RE45. I just swapped it out here.
Let me get his.
Yeah, you take. I'm gonna take the thermites though.
Here's
Yeah, I
some
don't have any
syringes.
syringes.
Thank you.
Here, I can give you the blue shield.
Yeah, I think it's enough.
Got him.
Damn.
Welcome to the charge rifle.
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play. And the something, something, something. And
The
I'm gonna take
G7
that,
Scout.
John. I'm dropping this with 40 of
Somebody
those.
else.
And there's 60 of those. Okay.
Somebody above us.
Yeah.
Oh, here with us.
Somebody else is here? I just heard a zip.
More.
Yep, that's it.
Up top.
Jump down, bad boy. Come on, get you some.
Full team up here.
Broke the shields on this one. Oh, he's down. He's
one
down.
right
down
there. Just behind us.
Oh no.
Fuck, man.
Man, we were all doing good there. We just got third and fourth party. I don't even know.
I don't even know either.
Hey, 6 kills. Like 1,300 damage or something like that. That was hefty.
I did 688 free kills.
I did 5 something with 2 kills, and Joe did a lot of damage with 1. And
Yeah, I had 177 or something.
I'm up. Had 8. I was 8 positive.
I'm 2 negative.
That's not too bad for silver, you know. So, I mean, that was probably 3 squads we fought.
Yeah.
If we got 6 kills and then a third squad killed us, then it wouldn't have to be.
Fucking welcome carnival. Oh, if you walk past it, you can see it.
I kind of like that charge rifle. But man, if you're not really focused, it's easy to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's.
T-pods
I really like the fact that it does damage before the big shot like that. So like even if I miss the big shot, like I can still feel like I'm doing something. And then I love when I land a big shot and I call out like hit him for 60, hit him for 49, broke his shield. Like that makes me feel. And I've been shot at by that. It's pretty intimidating. So like even just laying down cover fire with it, it's like we did it on one game with Grim. They were like up over the hill, and I was just like laying down cover fire because I could see where you guys were shooting, but I didn't see them yet. So I was just like shooting them fucking long schlong dong shots. Yeah, man, I like those urban environments.
And you were hitting them with
Yeah, but I wasn't. Yeah, but I wasn't doing like it wasn't him with the big one. But it's still like it's intimidating, like to have that giant fucking thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And they're getting hurt for some, and it's like, yeah. Oh shit! I hear people all around.
I'm down in the gutter. I'll be up in a second.
I've got nothing.
There's a that and a peacekeeper right next to the shotgun ammo.
I'm being chased, I think.
You are where? Okay, I'm coming to you.
I just got a Mozambique. He's not chasing. He's not chasing me.
Oh, he's close. I just heard someone pick
They're
something
around
up.
me somewhere, but
Right here.
I'm coming.
me too.
What? There's a lifeline in there. I was fucking up. Oh, there's a Birdman just jumped that wall. Oh my god.
No, yeah, you would have to put that
Got one down.
There's 4 down on me. He's coming to you now.
Oh, they got me.
Oh my god.
At least I got my kill.
I was laying into that lifeline through the window and it just... I don't know.
I
Need a
should
bit
have landed
smaller.
closer, but yeah, I landed close, but like then like somebody had already been in the building or something, or I didn't have a gun in front of me, so I kept running.
Oh man.
Has Opie got the cone of shame on?
No, he's been pretty good. So I started telling the story. Yeah, he's been pretty good without licking, but I guess he got the surgery Saturday. So yesterday I woke up to him licking, and like I woke up and like whatever, it's no big deal. And then I realized, shit, he can't be licking because he just had surgery. So I stopped. I wake up and I like stop him, and I wasn't sure if he was licking his balls or not. But like the way he was laying, like I could see clearly, like they were facing me. I'm like, it looks like he's got balls in there. So like I poked him, and it feels like he's got balls in there. So I don't know.
Well, just leave it
Like it should be not there.
No, I'll be fine.
Like I don't know. Like Chibs has like a little bit of a sack, but like he doesn't have balls. Like he has like a little bit of like the skin. I guess they left all the skin. I don't really know. But Opie, it looks like he has balls still. And like, good.
You see, I don't get.
I was gonna say in the paperwork it says like what they did. Like they opened the 2mm incision and like pulled testicle number 1 out and like snipped the blood flow and then snipped the semen flow tube and then repeated procedure with ball number 2, but it says they took them out, but it looks and feels like they're still there.
Well, maybe they moved on to where they're doing what they do in humans now. Just
What
like,
the
snip,
fuck?
like give them a
And
second.
just like leave them, maybe. I don't.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe they have to pull them out to cut the cord or whatever, and then put them back. You know, I don't know. I mean, I never understood why don't they do that anyway? They leave a dude's nads in. I'm coming. I'm trying to get the guy.
Yeah, I hit him.
He fucking teabag.
Yeah, he was teabagging.
Whoa, I got fucking
Which I hit him with the shotgun and
I
did
got
like, I don't even know. It felt, I think it said like, okay, you saw it, 71. I was gonna say it looked like it said 70. 71, yeah.
I got 2 people who were attacking me.
Fucking Python Slayer. What a fucking numbnuts that dude is.
We're probably, if Monkey is in England and we're in the US, we're probably playing somebody in Greenland.
Well, they must be amazing.
They're fucking...
That Python Slayer in England, or in Greenland, he's a fucking...
We're playing the only Apex player.
Yeah. Well, he's a beast.
Oh mate, I don't know like this.
What's that?
What is it?
We're getting crossbound bullets, so we're basically getting PlayStation and PC on those.
They're gonna put
Oh, how do you...
They're gonna put
how do you
PC
tell?
on? That shit's not fair.
Yeah, they're gonna make it we were playing against PC and PlayStation players, but PC players are already interested. It's not gonna be fair because he's because
Yeah,
console's got a
it's-
controller. But we've never known about Black Ops or all.
How do you see you're playing crossbow?
Oh no, but grabbing it in.
Oh, that's
The
bullshit,
stuff.
dude.
We said we'll never do it, but we're gonna do it. Because it's
That's
happening.
total shit.
I mean, it's gonna be so unfair. Like, it's insane. If you Google Dizzy or ACU or Shroud or fucking
Then you got
yeah, Zeus is he's an animal. But yeah, so Google any of those people, and you'll see how it's ridiculous. It's gonna be ridiculously unfair. Like, there's actually a new video out of what Dizzy did in a game. They have the footage from both sides. So they have Dizzy's point of view and they have the guy he was going against. He was in one of those construction buildings on one of those vertical zip lines, and the guy's aiming down, and he sees somebody's going to come up the zip line, so he's lighting up with a Spitfire. Figure the guy's going to come in a straight line up the zip line, and all of a sudden the guy jumps off to the right, back on the zip line, off to the left, back on the zip line, off to the right, back on the zip line. He's just like back and forth, zigzagging. And the dude's like, "What the hell, yo? Do you see this? I can't hit this guy." And then the guy lands and kills him. And he's like, "Oh shit, that was Dizzy." And then they show from Dizzy's point of view, and he's just like hopping around on the zip line, like dodging bullets. And then like gets up there and lays it on with like a prowler or some shit.
Wow. They should never... Dude, if they're going to make that like the default,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Everybody
That
go
is
to
ridiculous.
Twitch.tv.
yeah,
Because there's loads
yeah.
of them.
PC is insane.
Yeah, I watch I.
Yeah, iTemp is I'm a huge fan of iTemp.
Items as well.
You don't like him?
I like him. I just don't like Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus can be toxic, but iTemp. I really like. I like iTemp for like the content. No, I mean he's a good player, but like I think he's very enjoyable to watch.
I can't find a gun. If they make it where if they don't take that shit out, where it's PC versus console with no choice, I'm not.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem.
That's nuts.
It's going to be a real problem.
I got a blue barrels
take the 3X for my Scout. Yeah, it's gonna be
That's
unfair.
ridiculous. I mean, I've never seen a game where crossplay was mandatory.
Yeah, no, me neither. There's some games where it's optional, but yeah, I've never seen it where it was forced upon us.
You can't, yeah, I mean, unless they've been talking about officially enabling keyboard and mouse support on Xbox, but there are like reservations with it when they talk.
Yeah, because it's gonna be like console has always been for like the casual player, someone who like comes home from work or whatever and just is able to just jump on and play easy, not have to. And that's why there's like not as big of a competition on console because it's not expected. Like Call of Duty's on PlayStation 4 and stuff, but like I don't know. If you want to get into esports and heavy into competition, PC's where it's at. It's where it's always been. And because console is just more casual.
Well, and I mean, to keep, the mouse is a more precision
Right.
controller. The last big keyboard and mouse game, the last major one I played was Halo 1. And now I had fun with that. But man, it would be weird to get used to it again after I played so many FPSs on phone.
Yeah. And some people.
And I played with a 360 controller on PC.
Well, okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna.
I mean, I didn't on Halo.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, you can play with like the Xbox controller on PC, and some people do.
It's also.
Fuck, are you kidding me? I missed that fucking thing. No, I was shooting at one of those things. I shot it 3 times with the wingman and it didn't fucking. It just flew away. One of those loop shit balls. Yeah, the free shit balls.
Oh, it's well, that's
Now I've seen like some videos where people play. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I can go automatic with it. I'll do that shit.
Oh no, I'm gonna
Oh,
take that.
I did see a scout somewhere.
I'll double tap.
You got a scout? Or you? Yeah, it's actually really good on the Eva too. So I've seen some people play with the controller on PC, and they do all right, and they do pretty good, and it's whatever. But like, that's the outlier. There's not going to be.
Yeah, the mouse. If I had a good mouse, I've got a wireless mouse. I don't game with mouse on the PC. I mean, I haven't played one lately yet. But if you have a good mouse and keyboard, and you get used to it, I mean, it's very
Yes.
effective. More so than a thumbstick. Even though the thumbstick just to me feels better. But yeah, they should never have PC crossplay with consoles unless it's an opt-in thing.
Yep, I agree. I could use that. Yeah, like I think
The Lifelines cab package.
Okay. I think there's a Realm Royale has the opt-in for the cross-platform. Realm Royale, it's a free battle royale, but it's kind of cartoony art style. It's not a bad game. Me and Grim played it.
Oh, I might have seen somebody flying in over the roller tracks.
Okay. Me and Grim played it for a little bit before this came out. It's not a bad game. It's free. It's also free to play, so it's definitely worth trying. Yep, I see somebody right there.
Bill. The
Oh,
Pathfinder.
I just got post. They got a Birdman with them.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm fucked.
Oh man, behind us.
Fuck me. Fuck, man.
Crawling towards us.
Don't see me.
Oh,
Fuck.
That may have been two squads, guys, because
Yeah, I got.
it was coming from a lot of different. Hey, we were talking.
Alright, so at least I got some points. Yeah, same
I
here.
gotta pee.
This is not going well. It started off so good. Me and Grim's our first game, we won. And then it's been a fucking shit show ever since. Oh man. Oh man. I'm already up. I'll be right back.
Bill's just going to the toilet.
All right.
Hey, Mama. Hey, dude. Oh.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back and I'm proud. And I'm smacking the crowd.
Oh, so you want to go down
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it to it. Cause we gon' do it. We gon' do it to it. Do it. We gon' do it to it. We gon' do it to it. Oh, we're landing.
Yeah, I can't find one either.
You know what? I don't even know if I've used my abilities in the past like 5 games. I got a Mozambique. There's another Mozambique down here.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either, really. Well, I use a zip line probably, but... Wow. Still no fucking gun. This fucking game.
There was a power.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I'm getting chased in
Alright.
this building. I've got a Mozambique.
How do I get out? How do I get out? Okay. I'm coming. That's it. We're changing this shit right now. Oh, well, you're changing it. I had nothing to do with it.
Me and Monkey double
No,
on
this shit.
Mozambique.
I was coming with a R99. Oh, there's a drone. I just got scanned. Coming with an R99 and an alternator.
I hear it, Mo. There it is. Got it. Busted. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh man, the fucking wood down there as well. There's no ground.
Leave me alone, bro.
Don't come in bottom floor.
Yeah, I'm only one fucking shot. Let me get.
He's
Oh, is he?
running.
What?
Yeah, he's right here. Yeah, hey, he's probably... Yeah, he's down.
Bitch!
Nice.
Suck on them toes, ho!
Sucky, soldier boy. Suck on them toes.
Hey, fucking clickers, you know. Just nice. There's a Phoenix.
I'll throw the health bot.
Yeah, I really thought. Oh, I could definitely use that. I really thought he had me. Oh, it wasn't sucking me off, man.
Fucking Victor's not in hospital. Oh, look, I'm so good. And you do a fucking clicker mode. And you do a cross. Fuck that Mozambique.
Here's a blind shotgun, bro.
No.
If that's
No,
still carrying the
I got.
Mozambique.
I'm going to two SMGs. If anybody wants one of these, I can give it up. Alternator or a 99.
I got a hemlock.
Okay.
I'm good.
Oh, there's a.
Oh, here's a health bot.
Oh, my man. Pots and pans. Very nice.
Dude, we're
Oh,
top
no.
10 already. That's
It
insane.
bounced me off far as shit. I was trying to come straight down on that. Oh, yeah.
Look at all you went
Top 10, man.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't normally go that high, though. You see where I'm standing.
I'm moving toward the circle and trying to get to some unlooted
Alright, I
buildings.
guess Zero's telling us to stop playing. Stop jerking off on the jump pad.
Fuck, I got it on put as soon as I shot it, 10 purple.
Yeah, man. I think I've only seen one of them drop on gold. Seems to be super tough.
Monkey, I don't know if it's your thing. There's a 4 to 8x side in this building on the first floor.
Don't know, your site's all one I use is the circle ones and the
Yeah.
square ones.
2 to 4 is probably my favorite. I don't know. It's hard. It depends on.
Yeah, I like the 2X. I can put the 2X on anything.
Yeah, I like the 2X as well. 2 to 4 is what I like on a sniper.
Like now, if I could put that on my wingman. Oh, that changed. You used to be able to put that on the SMGs. What? Yeah,
What,
which
3X?
I guess everybody hated it. I wasn't a fan of it, but I was just about to try to put it on my alternator to see if that would help me on a map like this. But it wouldn't let me,
Yeah.
so.
I think I've also
Oh shit, yep.
on me.
Oh, I see somebody in that building.
Oh shit, I was trying to throw, oh, there's a,
I hit the roof, went for over 50. Oh, my God, that was...
I thought they didn't see us, so I was like taking my time throwing grenades in the window.
I think the Mirage saw us.
What a prick. Oh, finally got some points.
Well, I was...
It's plus 22, but I've lost points the last like 6 games, so I'm probably still less than what I started.
Yeah, I'm base. I'm 1806 on Silver 3. Oh, I'm a little I'm halfway through Silver 3. I think I was about 18 when I started tonight.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I started at, but I'm currently at 1636. So I don't know. I know there definitely was a good run where I lost points. Whether it was 12 or whether it was 2.
What? Ammo, you laid on my phone.
Hey Siri, how much for a blowjob?
You named your dog.
No, my phone. You were right beside him and I shouted, "Hey Siri, I'm doing
That bitch ass.
You gotta smack that Siri in the mouth every once in a while. Let it know who's boss.
Siri's like, baby, I've got your money.
Did you get a chance to watch any of the Wu-Tang show?
Oh, not yet, not yet. I would like to check that out, though. I haven't used your credentials at all, but
Yeah,
I
I mean,
would like to see some.
yeah, it's definitely, I really enjoy it. And, yeah, and you said,
Oh, you've watched.
yeah, I'm caught up to date. So it comes out every Wednesday, so I didn't know about it until like the 3rd or 4th week, so I binged the first couple, and then I've been catching it every Wednesday.
Who? I forget which members started it.
It seems like it's, I mean, I don't really know. I'm not, I liked Wu-Tang's music, but I didn't follow any of the nonsense, any of the stuff.
Same thing.
So like, there's the only guy that I know for a fact who it is ODB, because the guy they have playing him, I don't know if if he's looked the same his entire life, but the guy they have playing him like is the way he's like dressed up. He's like a caricature of what ODB was like when I knew of him. So
Right.
that's the only guy, and I assume the main guy, Bobby, is Redman, and his brother. I guess I can Google all this stuff. And his brother, I think his brother's name is Devon or something. Pretty sure that's supposed to be Redman. I don't know.
Yeah, like I can't remember which one. I mean, you know, one of them, his alternate name is Bobby Digital, and I guess that's
Well, yeah.
the
Well, at
Bobby
one
guy,
point,
but I forget what his
at one
Wu-Tang
point,
name
he,
is.
like in the very beginning, he was Bobby Dynamite. Was the first like show they did, and not even like a show, but the first like there was open mic thing that came to Staten Island for them, and it's all part of the story. And when you watch it, you'll see it's like something the main drug dealer put on to like try to fix his change the stigma around his name because some shit happened. So when they first perform, it's like winner gets $5,000 or whatever. So it's like when he does that, he's Bobby Dynamite. But I don't know. That's the guy that we were following throughout the thing is Bobby. He's like the main guy, and he's like not really into like all the, because there's like beef, you know what I mean, going on. Doesn't really. He's not in like the Park Hill versus wherever his brother's from, because they have some like shit going on, and he's.
Even, you know, honestly, most artists I like, I don't give a shit about the personal lives, you know. But at the same time, I might be interested in this, you know. It's
Yeah,
probably
no,
cool
it's really good.
And I read some article about the original couple of members, like a couple of them were cousins
Yeah.
or something. But I don't remember it. I don't
So
remember
so
who it
that's
was.
that's in this. See, and that's the thing. I don't know how much of this is true and what's made up for the show, but that's
Oh, sure,
right.
dramatization.
so they show that. Oh shit! There's people in here.
Okay, I'm with you.
Broke his shield. Nice. Thank you. Ow.
No worries, my dude.
There's shit in this box. Oh, here's help. But a couple of them have like a kind of a weird religious philosophy where like, I guess they think like they're a manifestation of God or something. I don't understand it all. I mean, not that I care. Everybody get, you know, in my mind, you should make up your own
Right.
mind about religious things and not look to other. I mean, you know, it's okay to listen to other people's philosophy and
Right,
not
but that's
if you want to.
yeah, that's the thing. Oh, there's a drone. Yeah, and I agree. It's like when you take what people say about religion too seriously. That's a problem. I mean, I think everybody needs to interpret
Yeah.
their own shit from it.
Yeah, I mean, we're all just men. I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
it's not like any of us has some special insight.
Right. No, exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying, you know what I'm saying. You kind of
right. Like, and that's, I mean, because like everybody, the Bible, for instance, people take it that it's God's word, so everything in it happened, factual. Well, the Bible doesn't have its
right.
shit together. There's things that were left out of the Bible. I mean, the Bible was put together from writings like 400 years. If Jesus was real and he really existed, the Bible was put together like 400 years after his life. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah,
it was
there's
men
not
who
much-
decided what went in there. Like, so how can you?
And even the ones that are closer to when the guy lived, they're, you know, they're not really sure.
Oh, in front of us?
Like, they're differing opinions.
Right.
But at least, okay,
Yeah, none.
at least a few decades. Some people think at least a few decades after the guy walked the earth. But
It's for 24.
regardless of that,
Yeah,
well, yeah, I'm sorry, I focused on battle here.
I'm throwing a grenade in there. I broke his shield. Oh shit.
Ooh, more of these fuckers.
Rifle, mate.
Got one.
My crypto's down.
Rifle in the back row. Got purple armor.
Oh no.
Here, can I get back here to safety? Okay, I'm gonna get Monkey up real quick. Yeah, try to get to safety.
Oh no, they're coming around the
All right.
building on me. I killed one in here though.
Okay.
Right here. Oh, they're coming to.
I'm getting up there.
They're trying to. They threw a grenade in here. Okay. Grenades cleared.
Oh yeah, they're here.
Damn it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's all good. They knocked me. I was just trying to keep him from getting executed.
They're hurt.
She's just running around. They're not trying to kill us. Nice. She turned right to a box. I guess that was the last one.
Yep. Excellent. Get me up and I'll throw down a hill. Now, close to the circle, but we've only got about 50-something seconds.
Oh, a 2x sight. I'll take that. Oh, there's a Phoenix skin. I'm just gonna pop that son of a bitch.
Here's I'm gonna throw a shield battery.
Oh, she running out of ammo. That's what she did. Oh,
Monkey or
bless her.
Yeah, Monkey, grab that.
Here's an uncharged.
Here,
blue
there's a purple one in here, fully charged for you.
There's
For,
purple armor.
for you, Zero.
Okay. Oh, okay. Where's that?
Over it.
Okay.
Alright, just put a double tap in there.
I didn't mean to fix it. This crypt one
Here's,
got a box as well.
Here, I just dropped heavy ammo in there as well.
Circle's about to close and it's right next to us.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start moving. I'm really
There's
low.
heavy there as well. Alright, I have light I can share. Yep.
Yeah, run, Joe.
Is there light or energy in there? Oh, I can take that energy. Oh shit.
Somebody attack me? Oh, that's
From the
shit. Monkey's
from that
shot
truck,
at
I think.
From the train?
Oh no, no.
Oh shit.
Right,
80 broke their shield.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Running toward him.
There's also people over there at the car.
Oh damn.
Oh shit.
watch out, Joe. Just get
Yep.
back and get that.
I'm shielding up.
There's people around this building.
There's one.
Oh, mate, we're getting attacked from up here.
Okay, shit. Fuck, man, that charge rifle is a beast. I'm feeling the. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Watch the thing.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got
one down.
two up here. Fuck.
This Mirage is
Yeah, the Mirage.
Yeah, mark them, mark them.
There's two up here.
right here. Mirage and red. Yeah. Down, drop down. This way. Oh, man, we're getting attacked.
Oh yeah. You,
Zero. I'm back. There's my team will be where you are.
yeah, see if you can just get those and get us up, and we can. Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna die. Fuck, my box is gonna be up here. Fuck.
Shit,
Yeah, my
shit.
box is up here.
There's a kid approaching. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Right, it's fine. We've got
Yeah, 5th place though.
We'd have been
Not
dead
bad.
anyway. I couldn't have fought him off. Oh, yeah, nice. Not bad. Yeah, I guess that was two
Yeah.
squads or something.
Kalisto, yeah.
Yeah, we had a spot at left.
Oh, I got.
Yeah, same here. I'll take it. Making up for all that shit earlier.
That's yeah. I think I got a little bit up.
Right. My controller's on.
Uh-oh.
Can you put that in charge?
Okay.
Good
Alright,
then.
man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that-
Adios, monkey.
yeah,
Yeah, you too. See you later.
So I guess we're back to regulars.
They don't have.
I
batteries.
guess not. Yeah, I thought he was gonna be fixing that.
Just kidding.
And whatever.
Oh, does he have like rechargeable?
I guess. I have no idea. I mean, that's the first that's ever happened. So when he said that, I thought he was gonna be like, so like, give me a minute, I'm gonna go swap it out or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, me too.
I have a bunch of like rechargeable batteries. Maybe I can mail him one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he needs one of the long USB cables. I used to have a Elite controller, and the piece of shit, like one of the joysticks fucked up on me so bad that you couldn't, it wasn't usable anymore.
Well, there's gotta be a place you can take it to fix it.
Well, there probably is, but I live in a small town, and it'd be a pain in the ass. And besides, I tried to fix it myself, but like when you get in there, there are these two little adjustment wheels on each joystick.
Okay.
But they're made out of plastic. And like, I tried to adjust it with like a small screwdriver, and it just like broke the plastic. But yeah, there are dudes that will re-solder, that will solder a new joystick pod on there or whatever, but it was too late. Or I was too pissed or something.
Where are they? I don't know.
I don't even know where they, I think they peaked outside the map.
Alright, we'll go to this train area.
Alright.
BFM Undivided. Just causing problems for ZLG Mechanic. He doesn't like it.
True that. Yeah, I can't stomach paying that kind of money for a controller again either. If I get a really good job or something, and I've got it coming in, then in that case, maybe. But then, like, the new Elite controller is going to be even more money, dude. It's going to be like
Yeah, that's.
which is
I
fucking
really want an
ridiculous.
Elite controller, but I can't justify spending that kind of money at the moment.
I wouldn't even. Yeah, if you ever get.
Alright, I'm coming.
If you ever get one, you might want to try getting one from Best Buy and getting the accidental damage warranty. But
Here, can you come? Oh, they're pushing
Like,
shit.
the Best Buy dude told me that if I got an accidental damage warranty on one and it fucked up, they would just replace it, right? But then I heard somebody else online say that they had a Best Buy warranty and they told them, you know, tough fucking shit or something. So I really don't know.
That's crazy. Like, the amount of money these. Oh, you fuck.
Yeah, Microsoft ought to like send over an escort to give you a hand job and bring you a brand new controller when you pay $100.
Yeah, for real.
For a fucking controller, and then a year later it fucks up so bad that you have to have somebody like solders and shit.
So I guess it probably had a year warranty or whatever.
Yeah, and it was slightly.
It's like
past
a year and 2 days, and it fucking breaks.
It didn't last long. And two of my friends that got one, their sticks were okay, but they're like hand grips, like it's a rubberized
Okay.
hand grip, and like the glue on it came off. So like one of them had some other warranty from some fucking place, wherever he got it, Amazon or something, and he had super glued his grips back on.
And that
There's just a
voided
piece
his
of rubber on
warranty?
the outside of the controller. It voided his warranty
Motherfucker.
there.
That's so ridiculous.
So what happened to him? one of his shoulder buttons broke, and that blade is broken from the Super Glue. So yeah,
That's such bullshit.
it's a big scam. It is, and I'm just like, as valuable as those back of the controller buttons were, they really do give you an advantage. But that's just a ridiculous amount of money. It's more than double.
Now, well, I mean, there's other things too. Like I've talked to some people about them. They like their insides are made of metal or something, so they have more weight. Someone was saying.
Yeah,
But I mean, like, if you need one, I don't know how many buttons you use on the back. I know there's 4, but did
I
you?
used all 4.
Okay.
I just put a maybe XY.
Okay. Because I have a cheap $30 one. I bought this controller twice. The first time, it was actually nicer. It was like $30 or $35. I bought it from GameStop. Okay. And it has 2 buttons on the back, one on each like handle part. And the first one, like, it was shaped different. I thought it was really ugly, but I wanted the buttons on the back, so I bought it. And then, like, over time, I actually got used to it, and I wound up liking it. And, like, something, I think the D-pad's gold, so, like, it looked really gaudy. It was fucking super gross at first. They're running upstairs right there. Okay, you're here. I'm coming with you.
Got him. But I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so it had the gold D-pad. I was like, oh, he's coming for us. Fuck out of here, buddy. I hope he didn't get it. He tried to pick up his buddies. I blew up it was a drone. I blew up the drone. He was trying to pick up his buddy's banners, and I hope he didn't get it. But who knows?
Above us. Oh, on the stairs.
But anyway, it was like $35, and you got 2 extra buttons. It was decent.
So were they where you could hit them with either your middle finger or your ring?
No, it's on 2 different things, so it's like you use the middle finger of either hand. Nice.
Okay.
There's a shield here. You grab.
3 seconds on my helmet.
Grab that. There's
So, is it like a GameStop?
Power A, I think is what it was. So it might be. Yeah, it is Power A.
So that's like half an Elite controller with 2 buttons. Like, I can still make use of that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean I did.
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I used it all the time. Like I actually like wore it out when playing Terror, like with Zed and all that. Like when we first met and like created Zero Logic, I used it for like I was a priest, so I used it on like my main heal buttons, and I actually wore it out. So like it's more useful than just like for an FPS game. And yeah, I mean for $35, and also the first one I bought, had the thumbsticks were replaceable, so you could like change the height of them, similar to an Elite controller. So it came with a lot, and it was like you had to plug it in, which I wasn't crazy about. Oh, it also had what is that? Oh, there's a select fire and a prowler right here. Hair triggers. So it had,
Oh, wow,
Yeah, you could like flick a switch and then you had hair triggers. It was really good. I think this one might have hair triggers. So, no, this one does not. So like, and then after it broke and I had it for a while and like I was finally went to go buy another one. They have like a cheaper one for the same price that just has the buttons on the back. There's no like hair triggers. There's no can change the shit.
Still, those hair triggers were like the least useful thing on the Elite to me. Like, I mean, not that they have no use, but like the buttons on the back are the most valuable thing. So do they still sell this thing?
Yeah, I bought it not that long ago.
Yeah, I might buy one soon, man. GameStop's still good
Yeah.
for something.
Yeah, I don't know how we get up there. I guess we'll have to go a long way.
But yeah, dude. What's it called?
Power A. So if you just go and ask them, you tell them you want the, because like when I went looking for like the controller I bought before and I couldn't find it. It came in like a nice package, had like extra packaging for like the joystick heighter changer thingies.
Okay.
It was like pretty nice. And then like I didn't see that, and then I found like I asked them like I guess you guys don't sell it. And they're like, oh no, we have buttons on the back right here. And there was like some like different shitty thing.
You know, the Elite controllers, from what I understand, I mean, I really don't know this. I wasn't looking at serial numbers or anything. But like the joystick potentiometers or whatever appeared to be the same as on a regular controller, yet you're paying fuck tons of money, double a regular Xbox controller for it.
Yeah, that's basically the same shit. Oh shit, somebody's right here.
One's down right here. Right here, here's the guy. Oh, he's getting his fucking buddy up. Mechanic right over this hill right here, he's getting his shit up. Yeah. Sucky, aight. Yeah, that dude.
Suck on that fucking toes, son.
Hi.
Oh shit, I gotta heal.
Yeah.
Heal. Ah, fuck.
I'll run. Oh no.
Where's our fucking
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me?
Come on, you fucking shitty teammate.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, he's coming for us. Okay. I thought I was about to say, you know, go to hell, but audio is glitching on my. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Get our banner sucker, chump. Oh, okay.
Hey, you.
Oh, damn. He tried.
Yeah, I mean, could have tried better if he was fucking there
got
during
two
the
of them or
fight, but.
something. Yeah, if he was with us, we would have got it. Hey, I think I'm positive on that shit anyway. But yeah, dude. 30 cents.
It was $30 or $35, something like that. Yeah.
That's cheaper than like the most basic
Yeah.
Xbox controller.
You can sometimes find the Xbox controllers on sale for like,
Yeah.
I don't know, $50 maybe at Walmart or something like that.
Something.
But yeah,
like
so
that,
it's.
yeah.
But now it's not wireless. You have to plug it in, and
I don't mind.
it feels. I don't know. It's not that bad. Like it's not as nice as like an Xbox controller, but like the top has like almost like a rubberized grip feeling thing, and the bottom's just like hard plastic.
Okay.
But it doesn't feel terrible.
It's about the same size.
Yeah, it's almost exactly the same size. Let's see.
Man, I might check that shit out. I mean, it's all made.
Yeah,
in China.
basically. I mean, you're buying different names on it.
Did it feel like it lasted about as long as an Xbox controller?
Yeah, the first one.
Roughly.
I don't know. It's hard to say because I only had one, and I've gone through a bunch of different regular Xbox controllers. So had I kept the
Sure.
had I bought these like after this one, well, I had two. So I had the one that wore out, then I have this one. But so if I was just buying these, it probably would have lasted about the same. I have like 3 Xbox controllers that like don't work. And then I have a couple that don't work properly, and then I have the 2 that I swap out here for myself.
Would you have any idea what kind of time span the 2 would last?
Well, the one I still have, I don't use it that often. And the other one lasted probably... I don't know, at least a year.
Well, I mean, if you can get the year
Yeah.
out of a $30, $35 controller, I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty reasonable.
Now, I mean, I was playing Terror, which is like an RPG, so it wasn't a lot of like, I mean, there was still some pretty good banging on the joysticks though, in some of those fights. It wasn't as bad as like this is, and I don't spam anything like I do X on this game. I'm coming.
God damn it. I couldn't get a gun. But still, though, yeah, okay, so I feel like my Elite, I don't know for sure, I didn't keep track, but I feel like it lasted about a year and a half. And it cost $150. So, I mean, you know, if you could buy 2 of those and they lasted as long as that's still less than half price. So, I mean, you know.
A motherfucker.
And the Elite, and you know, the different hot joysticks, I just used the standard hot joysticks. I didn't like the tall ones or the short ones that came with the Elite. I just like the regular.
Yeah, I didn't use the short ones, but I did use tall one on the right. So when I did play shooter games, and sometimes I have like a Control Freaks booster stick or whatever the fuck they're called. I do have one that I put on every once in a while, but I only put it on the right joystick to help with like aim. So I have more of a yeah.
The tall one.
So I have more area to be more precise when I'm aiming. But I've never tried the short ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the point of the short one. I guess just the feel if you like that. But yeah, you know, I understand what you know with the tall one. It's like a bigger lever to
Yeah.
get more precision. But I never felt like that translated for me to more precision, even though I understand how it theoretically can, you know.
Right, and it might just be like a placebo effect for me. I don't know, and I don't use it all the time. Actually, I haven't used it since I found out that I could change the sensitivity for each scope thing. So like now I have like the 3x because it was kind of like a, I don't know, like a leveling field for me. So because like I would move so fast with the 1x's or the 0 scope, and then I'd move so slow with like the 3x or the 2 to 4. So I was trying to use that so I had further to go with the 1, and just so it wasn't such a big gap in between. But since I changed the settings on each scope level, I haven't used it.
Yeah, that is very cool to be able to change the individual's
Yeah.
scopes, you know. Running the sensitivity on it.
So I mean, I don't know, maybe it would help. But then it also became kind of a pain in the ass when my controller would die. I'd have to switch my my mic and my adapter, and then also that. Oh, and also the thing only takes a regular 3.5mm jack, so you can't use like the stereo adapter on the bottom of the controller. I don't know if you use one of those or not.
I use a separate headset, so
Oh yeah, you have a wireless headset.
it
Alright.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I do like the fact that I can just mute it real quick and like change the volume, and like go between chat and game volume easily. So I do like using the stereo adapter, so that's actually a downside for me that I can't use it on that controller. But
Yeah, you would think that even a 3.5 would be stereo.
well, it might be, but it's maybe that's not what it's called. I don't know, but it's like an adapter. So like the 3.5 plugs into that. Yeah, and then this plugs into. This is actually the adapter for like the original Xbox controllers before they had the 3.5mm jack in it. So it was like a funky looking plug in the bottom, and then you'd have to put this thing in, and then you could plug in a regular headset.
What does it do?
It has controls on it, so like I can change the volume of the headset from. It has buttons on.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it has that, and then it also has. I can also go between chat and game volume, and there's a mute button on it. So like I use those buttons a lot.
That is handy. I didn't even do that.
All right.
I'm with you.
Sure, I need a bag. Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah, I got a level 1 bag, but oh, I hear
Alright, let me
somebody.
take the zip and get up to. Oh, now I'm too far.
You're all on the same floor. I think he's above us.
Yep. It's a Pathfinder.
Yeah,
He's.
we're getting behind him.
Oh, he's here on me? Fuck, I'm down. Motherfucker! God damn it. Nice.
Got him.
Somebody's zipping.
Yeah, I hear. Shit. Aw, broke the shield.
Shit balls.
Yeah, we need another fucking replacement for Wayne.
Yeah.
We're doing okay. I mean, you know, we're doing everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just not as decent as I'd like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not the best. Not the best. Not my fault. But when you're playing with randos, what can you
2 viewers. Does anybody want to get in a game? Two.
you want to interact?
Yeah, this is a
with this
fully
shit?
interactive stream. You can throw me dollars and I can take my clothes off, or you can just play games with us. However you want to interact.
You'd get back with me, you wouldn't have to be in the club shaking for dollars.
That's true.
This is a dance studio.
Yeah. That's a good movie.
It is a good movie. There's some funny shit.
Like,
in
I
there.
died in the beginning when they're like, aim for the bushes, and they jump off. And then like they're at the funeral, like what were they? What was good? Like there weren't even bushes out there. Like what were they aiming for?
That was hilarious.
Oh man, I died. Cause like I expected them to be in the movie the whole thing, and these are just the other guys who have to like kind of outshine these star cops. And no, the fucking cops die like immediately.
Yeah, dude, I saw it in theaters, and I was like, what the fuck? and, like, and they're like playing that
Yeah.
Your hero song, and they jump in slow-mo.
It was so good.
And they crack the fucking sidewalk when they land.
I fucking died. I legitimately died.
Yeah, that shit was awesome. Oh.
I guess more Capital City. I don't know.
Hey, I like it, you know. Never gets old.
Oh no! What happened? Oh no! My TV just went out. I'm giving up Jumpmaster.
Oh,
All of a sudden it says no signal.
Okay, Rando got it. Yeah, sometimes my TV, when you
Signal, come back.
I either have to turn the TV off and on or switch it.
Okay, it's back. I think it's a loose wire, maybe.
Alright. I don't know if I've ever even tried the switch inputs thing or not.
So you're just lying to me.
More of a suggestion, really. Yeah. That was theoretical.
Yeah, I got a alternator with 36 shots total. Oh, I got some Bernie sticks. It's on like Donkey Kong. Oh, and a devotion. Actually, I think I'm gonna go triple take instead of devotion. I need to get better at sniping. Oh, I got 2 light clips if you need one.
Yeah. I don't have any lights.
Alright.
Yeah, you know, the sniping, a guy almost ought to pick up a sniper rifle every match if he wants to stay sharp at sniping. And I don't, but, I mean, you know, it's tough when you get used to like a medium range and a short range or something, and then you try to go back
Yeah.
to snipe.
I mean, even like the 301, and I don't do it either, but like the 301, you maybe run with it on single fire, and then, yeah, I mean, it's just so you're forced to, because like when I changed the single fire, because I had the Anvil receiver, I fucking sucked so bad. Alright, I'm dropping some heavy bullets here.
Yeah, single fire is time to sniping practice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just like it was terrible.
It's
Like
similar.
it also shoots slower than I was expecting. But I don't know. I just like couldn't do it. Like even with the scout, I feel like I could do more damage than I was doing there. Okay, do you want that?
Oh, did you have that mod? I don't need the clip. I've got him
Okay.
on devotion.
Well, here, I don't need all these bullets.
Are you talking about you had that double tap or whatever?
No, it's the Anvil receiver, so it does more damage in single fire. Yeah, and it just like I don't know, it was shooting much slower than I was anticipating, but it also just was I don't know because I don't do single fire that often anymore. Even on this long map, like I've been doing some full auto shots and they've been working out extremely fucking well. Like when I knocked that guy off the jump tower a couple nights ago. I don't know if you remember that.
I
Yeah,
don't.
we were somewhere. I was on the roof with you or Grim, and whoever was up there. They just got put down, and then we guy was taking a zip line, and I was with the alternator full auto. I was able to follow him with the zip line and knock him.
Oh, was that like around the train station or something?
It was. I actually don't know now. I'm pulled up the map like I'd be able to tell.
I feel like I vaguely remember.
Yeah, so I have that, and like I probably wouldn't really remember it, except it was the first time it's ever happened. And I also was just looking at that clip on Twitch because I made a clip when it happened. And also I have another shot where we won the game on like those little pod buildings somewhere, and I'm full auto, like 2 buildings away, and I land most of my shots and down the guy, which are like normally I'm not able to do that, but it just
That's the
that was the yes, that was a 301 that I did it on. But yeah, so even though like the map has gotten further, I've been using more full auto, and so I'm just getting worse at sniping. Like I used the longbow probably 15 different times. Oh, we're being sniped at.
You're getting shot at from this area. It's further out.
Watch the storm.
Yeah, I gotta get off this tower because the backside's of the storm. I'm next
Yeah,
to
I'm
Keyblader
like,
here.
right behind you.
I'm looking for these kids. They were up here somewhere. On this
Yeah, I'm breaking
area.
off to the left by this care package.
Oh, I see him. Phil just poked his
Oh, he's
ass
up on the
back
roof
out.
there. How am I fucking missing that guy?
If you get a chance to... Oh, okay. Got one down. Oh, then I got down by another.
Oh my.
Get on the ground here.
Oh yeah, they're spread out in here. They were waiting for us to do that.
Oh, Keyblader, you're disappointing me. Oh, god damn it. Keyblader's
Yep.
a dead motherfucker. If he ain't, he's a bad man.
Yeah, or lady. I mean, bad. He's a bad himmer.
That's who we need. Himmers.
Yeah.
The new lady. We need girls.
We 100%.
Push those.
Dude, I would
shit.
gladly play ranked with Girl Talk with no mics. Like
Yeah, she was. I don't think she ever replied to my message about her being GSPD, but I'd like to think she took.
she
it
probably
right.
gets those kind of compliments all the time. You know, like
Yeah, she's probably like her.
yeah, okay, sure thing, weirdo.
Like no gangsta. Yeah, she was a badass.
She certainly was.
And she was doing the stuff that like I only do in rare situations, like when you know you're dead, but you're still really trying hard. Like somebody was shooting her in the back, and she still slid and was attacking another guy or something.
Yeah.
When she went out.
I mean, she was
Sometimes when I know I'm dead, I just kind
quick
of.
Karen.
I mean, like yeah. Like she was die-harding, like you should.
Ah, fuck, man.
Yeah, you walked on some glass and you got bloody feet, but you're still taking out Hans and his terrorists.
Yeah, exactly like that. So I bought this fancy fucking command thing. It's for in your shower. It's a soap dish. And I bought it because when I stand up, I have to actually physically move the camera from on top of my computer monitor to on top of the TV. So when I was at Walmart, I was trying to decide on something where I could like put it kind of halfway between, and then I could just leave the camera there and just adjust it for when I stand or sit. So it's command, so it's like hang it up and it doesn't damage your walls. And putting the command strips on the back of it, I pushed too hard and like made this thing move in a way it shouldn't, and it like broke the clip off. So it's like a metal soap dish and like a plastic stainless steel colored thing that sticks to the wall, and I broke the plastic clip. So it's completely fucking useless now.
Oh, damn.
Motherfucker, man. Spent like $5 on that shit just today.
I haven't seen that particular command product. I bought a bunch of command strips because I was buying some cheap artwork to put on my walls in the living room, but that's kind of cool to have like a dish. What kind of camera? Do you have like a
Yes,
Logitech?
I believe it is Logitech.
If you get the Logitech G-Hub software, which is free, depending on the camera, you might be able to change your field of view on the camera and catch both angles. Like have enough a lot of.
That'd be interesting.
I don't know. It depends on the camera.
It's not the 920. It was like $30 maybe at Walmart. So I know like the 920 I think was like.
If it's like an HD.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
You might can.
Yeah, it's HD 1080 is what it says on the little underneath the lens.
You probably can. Yeah, Logitech. Just go to Logitech software for G-Hub, and you can do like G-Hub will let you do like global settings, global video settings, so you can go between different apps and keep the same settings if that's what you like. You don't have to, but it's an option.
Yeah, because I was originally thinking about setting up a different camera, because I was going to set up a second camera for the dog, for Chips, before I even got Opie. I was just going to set up a camera like on the bed in the old room, and so when he was in there I could like turn that on too, and like people could like look at him.
That's kind of
Yeah, and then so before I bought one, I have what is it called? The Kinect. And I Googled, and apparently you can set that up so you have, you can use the Kinect and with somehow hook it into your computer and use it as I guess there's some USB connector or something you can get. So I was going to do that. And then I was thinking, well, shit, now I could use a second camera in here, so I just click to that and be standing. But when I was at Walmart, I'm like, oh, this might work, and I was just about to stick it on the wall, and I fucking broke it.
Oh, does Restream let you have two separate video feeds and switch between, or does a certain
OBS does. So OBS everything goes into your computer, and then OBS is the software that you can set up to do whatever. So I could have as many cameras or as many video inputs as I want. So I have like my cameras one, I have the Elgato capture card as the second. I could have as many as I wanted, really. I just have to, in my, there's like scenes and sources. So scenes is like all of your sources go into a scene. So like for one scene I have just like the overlay, my camera, and then the gameplay. And then the Apex widget to tell you how many kills I got tonight.
So you have like your face and the
Right.
game.
And then I changed scenes when I put on like the what the fuck, the potty break picture. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's like the little toilet guy.
Yeah.
So I changed scenes for that, and on that the only source in that is that picture. And then I change scenes to like my monitor scene, which has a source that's the monitor and camera, my webcam, and whatever else. So yeah, and I can set up as many of those sources or scenes as I want, and I can put as many things into it as I want.
And that will stream
So yeah, so then the yeah, so
Whatever.
for there's a
to Mixer.
no,
Go ahead.
no,
go ahead,
take
and
it,
have
take it,
I'll
take it. So yeah, so then OBS broadcasted. I have Restream is the stream key I have put in, and then so broadcasts the Restream, and then Restream distributes it everywhere else.
Nice. Does Mixer have a thing where you can just stream from your PC too instead of just
Yeah,
your Xbox?
I'm pretty sure because it's a Microsoft company, so I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, so they want to have PC streaming too. Yeah. You need any heavy rounds?
No, I actually just dropped some for those syringes because I didn't have any. Oh, that was blue when it broke. Motherfucker. So I haven't heard anybody. This is...
Yeah, have we even caught him?
I don't think so. Oh, no, we did because our teammate died. I think. Do you have any kills?
Yeah, no. I don't think we got in on it. I think we
Oh,
did
maybe.
that.
Yeah, because I don't have any kills.
Like the little
Alright, here, I'm
beard,
gonna...
like the little
Right.
got his banner.
I'm gonna drone these banners and
Yeah.
see how many squads. So there's one hostile squad within drone range.
Oh, does it tell you that? I'm not gonna
No, if I
know.
look at the banners, like those banners with the drone, it'll
Oh, okay.
instead of showing me like the picture, it says exactly that, one hostile squad within drone range.
Okay.
And I'm just about out of range here. So I don't know where this squad is.
Yeah, I would assume they're over where we came from. That's not an enemy. I'm just marking. But, or maybe they're. I don't think they'd still be in the storm at this point. So.
Let me come back and look behind us.
Oh, I see somebody, I think, over there, maybe. I'm getting behind the banner, so I can't be seen. I'm not certain if that was an enemy. I think it was.
I don't see anybody, but we gotta move.
Oh, we gotta move. Yeah.
I have not seen anybody.
Wow, 10 squads in this circle. It's fairly small.
Why can't we like do this during ranked?
Oh,
Get top 10 without putting any work in.
yeah.
Ooh, I just got sniped through the far window.
Shit.
So it's like up there somewhere.
I've got iron sights.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see a kid right there. Teeny tiny. Like,
Alright, I'm gonna throw my drone out and see if we can get.
oh, god damn, he just shot stream range. He must have a good scope. Oh, here's a kid on us. Oh, I broke the shield and hurt him a little after that. Ran around the train.
He's down.
There's a kid stopping at you.
Yeah, down that motherfucker. Fast guy's down. The sniper is still putting work in from a distance.
Alright.
Oh shit. Fuck. I didn't realize he could shoot me right through the window and right out the other side. Which is what he.
How is he in the circle?
Oh, my drone just picked somebody up, so I guess. Oh. He's back over here. I think they're getting him up. Oh, they're up there. They're pushing us.
Alright. Yeah, let's let him make him advance.
Oh, they're behind us now. What the fuck?
The fuck? Oh, it's two different squads. That's not the same.
Sounds like somebody's engaging sniper guy.
Oh. Right there. He jumped off those containers.
Okay. Oh, it's him? Yeah, it's a caustic. Okay,
He's dead.
nice. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna bring my drone back to give us some coverage. Make sure no one's pushing us. Which they are not.
Purple body shield
Okay.
in this box.
We got 50 seconds.
Bunch of shit in this
Yeah.
box.
Ooh, there's a threat detector if you want that.
I don't have a gun for it. Or I don't want it with what I got.
Okay.
Dude, I might can get us. Are those out of bounds?
Yes.
Those two
Yeah.
points there? Okay.
I've only landed on them once, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm just pushing to this little hill here. I can throw us a zip line somewhere. I guess we gotta
Yeah,
push the
they really got 7 seconds.
Oh, there's a fucking. Is that a dude?
Yeah, that green
big
thing.
drone?
Yeah, that's my drone.
Green shit? Okay. I don't know where to put.
I know. I'm gonna get back in my drone and see if we can get. How many squads are left?
Okay. Yeah, good deal.
Okay.
Two others.
There's a death box right there.
I can.
I don't see anybody though.
Okay.
Oh, there's a gold death box over there.
I can zip us to safety, hopefully, if they don't snipe us off the line.
I don't. Oh, I see somebody running all the way over there by the wall.
Can you mark them?
Yeah, they were right They were like on the other side of that big building. So I'm gonna just
Okay.
keep my drone parked right above that care package. If anybody gets within range of it, we should be able to see them.
Okay, I'm behind you.
What sound?
Oh, they're fighting. Okay.
Oh damn, they killed them. So it's just us and them.
I'm right behind. Okay. I'm right behind you. I'm 10 yards back.
There's a med kit. I don't know if you have a big one.
I'll just pick it up just in case.
Oh, Birdman just did a special. Oh, he's right there. Other side of the wall. They grenaded us.
He's, oh goddamn, I'm dead. That Birdman is hurt bad. He's running away. I'm coming back to you. Medic
Okay.
coming towards you. It's a whole squad. It's a whole squad.
Alright.
Here's the medic. Oh goddamn, she executed me.
Let me get some high ground. See what I can do.
Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck a duck in the butt.
Number
Yeah.
2 though. Yeah, if we didn't have some loser teammate that abandoned us at the
Yeah,
beginning of the game.
that's true.
I got one more in the
Okay, sounds good.
You wanna
Yeah,
play-
we'll do one
play
more.
one more? Alright.
He's back. Alright, yeah, so,
Let's not be Garb.
yeah,
Not be Garbo.
definitely not,
As the
not
kids
pure
say.
Garbo this time.
You guys are pure Garbo.
Like, you know what, buddy? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
yeah. I want to say it like in the voice of, is it Beavis and Butthead with the fucking, like, is it Troy or something? It's a character on Beavis and Butthead, like the dude that's in and out of jail.
I don't know. I haven't seen Beavis and Butthead in like
I can't remember
13
his name.
years.
Yeah, me neither.
And even back then, I didn't really.
But he kind of talks like
Didn't.
this. And I can't remember.
Yeah, it was over my head back then. Yeah. So no, it had to be longer than that. 13 years is not that long. I would have been 20, so it wouldn't have been over my head then. So it had to be longer than that. I remember my brother watching it, and I just like didn't get it. I'm like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like I thought it was like I didn't get the humor, but then I also felt ripped off.
Oh, Joe, so where do you get the guacamole?
The guacamole? Oh, my mic was being stupid. I actually just got those at Walmart.
Oh, okay. My shitty Walmart doesn't have any talkies.
Yes, they're not on the chip aisle. That's a. I don't know why.
Oh.
For the longest time, I found a few of them in the, like right in the frozen food section, like on the end caps. But I just found these in like the international aisle, like where they have like the rice and all that other stuff.
I'll check them out there. Yeah.
Because. Yeah, I was actually ready to.
Put your chips where your
For
chips
real.
at.
I saw the Fuego ones, and I'm like, nah, I don't really want those. So I was gonna just not get them, and then go to 7-Eleven and buy the small bags of guacamole and pay more money for them. And then I was going down there for. I was down there for like dressing or something. I forget what else is in that aisle, and I saw them. I'm like, oh shit. So I bought 2 big bags of the Takis, of the guacamoles.
Dude, next time I go, I'm going to the international foods aisle and see if they have it there. 'Cause I really
Yeah,
want to
it
try
doesn't make, like, I really, like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. We just came from that right now.
Yeah, they should put everything.
Right, I really was like, well, I guess it was because I wasn't sure where I saw them and got them the first time. So like, well, I guess it was a fucking fluke. Oh, someone's in this building? I think they're above me, actually. Can we go up? Yeah, we can go up. Oh, well, our teammates just running the fuck away, so maybe we...
It's okay.
Oh, they're just grenaded through that door?
Okay.
I'm dropping this prowler for
Yeah,
this
I hear
flat
him.
line. And I have
Where are these little biatches?
no idea. Oh, somebody's getting respawned now.
Damn, behind you.
Come on, Zanny Fang. Like, you think it's gonna be fun when you die and leave, or when we fucking die and you don't come back for us, and then
Yeah.
we leave? Like,
Dude, they're right around us, Joe. Oh, I think they're right behind me. Oh, they're on your level. Hey,
I think they are.
dude, quit running, you little bitches. Come face the fury of our weapons.
Oh, maybe you should have fucking stuck with us. You bitch ass.
Yeah, you dumb bitch.
Oh, there's a death box up here.
Dude, I hear footsteps. Okay. Okay. I don't see him.
They're probably just Although they did get killed, so... Oh, they're right there. I just saw. I like those steps.
Okay.
Oh, and there's somebody else down there. Fuck, that grenade's gonna kill me. Almost. Ah, fuck. He's right here. Gibraltar. Oh, and I'm being sniped from the fucking street.
Almost done.
Nice.
Got one.
Nice. Oh, that gases might kill you. That was nice, though.
Thank you. I probably got one more if you're still wanting to play one.
Yeah, I'll do one more. Do one more and then that's it. And then I gotta to
If
pick
we-
it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's late as shit.
Yeah.
If we would get these randoms that are just like fucking
Yeah.
stupid. I don't
They're
know,
just fucking stupid.
I don't know what's wrong with them.
Drank too much dumb
Yeah,
juice.
like- yeah, it's just get off the dumb juice. I mean, I don't know if they make like a, maybe they should make like an 8th grade GED that they should take the test or some shit with. It's like, fuck, Jethro, get your senses together or whatever, bitch. Hell yeah. I like chocolate milk. It's his thing.
And then I guess we got older, we were allowed to have chocolate milk with dinner. But, like, his mom would drink, like, a water, and his dad would drink a beer, and the kids would get chocolate milk. And, like, it's just, that's just what it was. Like, they didn't ask you, what do you want to drink? It's just like, you got a glass of milk. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting combo.
So, yeah, he loves it. Like, he will purposefully drink. He probably drinks, I don't know, half a gallon, maybe a gallon of. Damn, bro, you just taking all the fucking stuff? You don't even have a fucking energy gun. You stole fucking energy bullets? Dipshit.
Get punched. Get punched. Yeah, like, I saw like the Walmart brand milk, like a half gallon, was $1.87 at my Walmart. And I took, so it's like
Yeah.
$1.87, right? So like, took a picture of it and texted my nephew, the rapper, murder milk, right? I said murder milk, what he said. And like,
Do you need some of this lay down now?
he texted me back, he was like, no. I'll take that piss. I'll take one box. So like he texted me back like, yeah, those factory farms are evil or something. And I was like, no. I'm just saying the price is $187, like $187, like the code for murder. And he was like, oh.
He's like, yeah, those farms are tough.
I just like on that front.
There's some tough farms to grow up on.
Like, hey, not every farm is like the PETA videos.
Right.
I try not to argue with people about stuff too much, you know. I mean, because like everybody's got a different view
Right.
on something, and like you go out of your mind arguing with everybody on every point you disagree with them on, you know.
Yes, 100%.
But I thought it was kind of funny. It's like, no, I wasn't talking. I wasn't making a scathing indictment of factory farming.
My comment was much simpler than that. Huh.
Yeah. I'm sorry about the unethical cow treatment, but I still like it.
This dude just unloaded at me, fucking, and just like unloaded like I don't know, a half a clip, maybe more into this glass, and like I don't know, just and I turn and look at him and he's still shooting. We got a lifeline pushing. I don't know. I don't know how to get the fuck out of this building.
Oh, she got me out.
Oh shit, sorry. I thought that I could have got out much
Another
quicker.
one's on my box. No problem. There's one loot in my box. I had there's a whole squad. The lifeline is out ahead.
She's out ahead? Well, then I don't want to talk to her no more. Alright, I'm running away. Fuck our teammate.
He hurt
Alright.
one of them pretty decent. Yeah, you probably ought to get out of there.
Yeah, I think there's a new squad that just showed up. And their shooting's much better than my shooting is.
Oh shit, there's a third squad. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, decent caribou. Shouldn't have stole that fucking energy ammo from me.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the roof for some more fun with guns.
Oh, missed the train.
Better miss me with that train.
Oh shit, I thought you were going to attack it, dude. Nice job, okay.
Alright, then the wall's coming, so I can't bring you back here. We just got to run.
I hear footsteps, like, right up on you.
Serpentine, serpentine.
I think. Yeah.
How far is this run? Probably super far. Far?
You're
Okay.
not too far.
I thought my mic was busted again.
Oh, my brain's busted on Miller time.
It's working on a different time zone than your body. It's on Miller time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A slower time zone.
Oh, fuck our teammate. You can't have that.
Too slow.
I'm like, look at his health. He needs it. You're on your own, Bill Weed.
Is that a care package landing below the red ship?
No. Oh, no, that was the train. The train. The train. Oh, there's a scout here, and there was double tap right there.
Oh.
If you want that.
No, I saw some shit. I saw some shit landing, like a small. Maybe that was a dude.
I don't know. I have no idea. I thought you saw like the light in the sky.
It appeared so on the screen. No, like I saw some shit like landing, but I don't know what. I thought it was care package. I don't know, man.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was a player care package. And there's a squad
was
right around
strange.
us. I don't know. I don't see anything.
No, I don't know what it was. Some anomaly. Oh, I'm following Caribou.
It's all good. Caribou can be the squad leader for 15 seconds. As soon as there's somewhere else we can go, we'll just follow our hearts. How about no? Why are you even pinging? Like, hey, how about to the? Oh, it was to the other zip line.
Oh.
I was gonna hop off and catch the other one, but then I thought about it too late.
Heck, we're so close anyway. That's kind of weird. They put those two zip lines like so
Yeah,
close
no,
together.
like,
Within 3 seconds or something.
yeah.
Still 8 squads. I guess it's a kind of small circle.
Wait,
I don't know
what?
if I ought to be carrying this charge rifle or not, but that's what
Yo,
I got.
unless there's another one of these things here. I played a game where there was a respawn beacon in there.
Oh, the beacons go to rando places on each game.
But they're like, I don't know. There's definitely some pattern to it, cause like, how can I see them?
Oh yeah, okay. I've got iron sights.
I got a 2x sight I can give you, if you want. I don't know what kind of gun you have.
A scout, I got a scout.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a.
Yep, one's still out there. I hit him for something, 24 or something.
Oh, they just fucking
I've hit him a
stuck
couple
me
more
with an arc
times.
star. Like, it hit me right in the face with it.
Shit.
I'm healing up.
Oh, there's 2 of them up there on the roof. I've hit one of them multiple times. I'm trying to crawl toward the building. Oh, yeah. Damn. I was trying to zigzag.
Bitch ass caribou's left.
Bitch ass.
Bitch ass caribou.
Somebody's bound to hit him, dude. 4 squads in this tiny circle. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, bust them up.
Oh, I got shot from behind. Mother.
That you were doing great though. I mean, you downed the medic, you almost downed the guy getting him up. It's good strategy.
Strategic.
Yeah, I tried. I'll just try harder next time. Well, top 5, you know? Can't be mad at that.
Oh, nice. No. We'll get some rest and get the Grimster or something back.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I might be on tomorrow. I'll definitely be on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday.
Me
But
too.
we'll see about tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, I should be on this week, 1 or 2 times, but very possible I'll be on
All right.
tomorrow.
Well, yeah, you too.
Have a good night.
Thank you for the games, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
See ya.
See you, man.
All right. And a ginormous pause you. Okay. So, thank you to everybody that came out. I really appreciate it. Whether it was Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, YouTube, wherever, Instagram, wherever you support me at, I appreciate it. I want to thank Grim for the games. I want to thank Zero for the games. I want to thank Monkey for the games, and I want to thank Zed for popping in and chatting it up and keeping the chat live. I need that because I am a very boring person. Quicksand, I will check you out. Check out. I did look at your channel a little bit. I'll stop in there more and more. Actually, let me give you a follow so I remember. I forget how to do this. There we go. Alright, so I will hop in later today or tomorrow and see what it's all about and see, I don't know, maybe we can do some cool stuff. But yeah, thank you for all of that. Everybody who stopped in, it really means everything to me. Bring you guys down here onto the lower level. Yeah, thank you very much for everything. I'll be back, definitely be back streaming Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. One of those days I might cut it and make it early. Saturday night to spend with a girlfriend. I don't know yet. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Check out the Instagram. It's Mechanic on all socials. Facebook, Instagram, whatever. Twitter is Mechanic G. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Look up Zero Logic on Facebook and whatever Discord. Get at me if you want to be part of the Discord. Bunch of good people in there, just talking about life, whatever. It doesn't have to be gaming. But yeah, thank you for coming out. And those who did.